So gone, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, step inside the spot where the stories never sleep, where the shadows whisper secrets that they keep. Brewing up the tales with a twist of fate at the True Crime Cafe. It's a date you can't fake. Every sip reveals a mystery, echoes from a history. Old school vibes with a brand new beat. Pull up a chair, feel the heat. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin the tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. Hear the record scratch, the scene unfolds. Detective tales and secrets told. From cold cases to headlines bold. Every note another story sold. Every sip reveals a mystery, echoes from a history. Old school vibes with a brand new beat. Pull up a chair, feel the heat. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. Crack the code, unravel lies underneath those neon skies. Sweet like coffee, sharp like clues, rhythm and mystery fuse. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. So come around when the night gets deep, yeah. True Crime Cafe, the secrets keep. Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, so gone, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, step inside the spot where the stories never sleep, where the shadows whisper secrets that they keep. Brewing up the tales with a twist of fate at the True Crime Cafe. It's a date you can't fake. Every sip reveals a mystery, echoes from a history. Old school vibes with a brand new beat. Pull up a chair, feel the heat. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin the tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. Hear the record scratch, the scene unfolds. Detective tales and secrets told. From cold cases to headlines bold. Every note another story sold. Every sip reveals a mystery, echoes from a history. Old school vibes with a brand new beat. Pull up a chair, feel the heat. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. Crack the code, unravel lies underneath those neon skies. Sweet like coffee, sharp like clues, rhythm and mystery fuse. Welcome to the True Crime Cafe, where the past and rhythm collide and play. Spin tales, let the truth survive. Old school pop with a hip-hop vibe. True Crime Cafe is the place to be. Pouring stories with a melody, catchy beats and dark intrigue. At the True Crime Cafe, we believe. So come around when the night gets deep, yeah. True Crime Cafe, the secrets keep.
Dust on Speedway,
Flashbar strode the saguaros, news van circling like crows on a power line. She was loved by everyone, her picture taped on every door. Her she left in a lifted truck, now her purse is on the kitchen floor. Mask facing the gas station camera, is it him or a borrowed coat? Sheriff saying we got this handle, but his prize pulling at his throat. Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Every porch light on, she's not alone. Ransom call, real or a joke on the phone. Somebody talk, don't let her die in the unknown. Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Bring her home. Opened up the scene, now the trail's all gone. Only reading messages, Harvey on the phone. Somebody crack this, don't let her fade to a stone. Crime tape flaps in the hot dry wind. Kids whisper, is she coming back? Boot prints trampled by every badge, every neighbor, every track. Sheriff at the mic, chin too high, says stand back. I know this game, but they cut that lock too early. Let the desert swallow all the blame. We're a little town with a long memory. Rumors running like a busted dam. Masked man laughing through a burner line. Is it money or a martyr, ma'am? Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Every porch light on, she's not alone. Ransom call, real or a joke on the phone. Somebody talk, don't let her die in the known. Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Hey! Opened up the scene, now the trail's all gone. Only reading messages, Harvey on the phone. Somebody crack this, don't let her fade to a stone. Harvey scrolling through the threads, every typo, every flex. Screen glow in an empty room, whole case hanging on the text. Is he watching from the wash? Is he sitting in the crowd? Is she tied up in a trailer, screaming prayers out loud? Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Every porch light on, she's not alone. Ransom call, real or a joke on the phone. Somebody talk, don't let her die in the young. Darkness in Tucson, bring her home. Bring her home. Opened up the scene, now the trail's all gone. Only reading messages, Harvey on the phone. Somebody tell her, hold on, you're coming home.
Sorry, guys, I was muted. All right. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business, guys. Jumping back over to Tucson, Arizona, looking into the Nancy Guthrie situation. Once again, we'll be being joined by the amazing and awesome Miss Kim from Typically Unique as our special guest today. She's always got really interesting insight, especially into this, guys. I just always enjoy having her here to bounce things off of. So I'm excited for that, as always. You guys know what comes next, so we're going to be jumping into this again to see what is going on now with the Nancy Guthrie situation. Why is this taking so long? We're going to discuss that and many more things in relation to this. So thank you all again so much for being here. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing over here today, if you will. That being said, you know what happens next. Let's do it.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. We are back in the house. One sec. Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome, Kim. Thanks for joining me today.
Hello.
How are you?
Turn me up.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound awesome because you have that awesome microphone. Very much so.
You're going to have one soon.
I hope so. I hope so for sure. Great to have you here today. Again, thank you so much for joining me. Still breaking down and discussing the Nancy Guthrie strange situation that makes no sense. It makes no sense to me, at least. And we're what are we in? 18 days now? 19
18 days.
days? 18 days, you guys. This is insane to me. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me whatsoever. How and why this has gone for we're almost going in. We're going into 3 weeks. This like I don't even know what to say at this point. Like it should be.
They're bouncing around.
Yeah, and we got so many different little things to talk about. All these details are insane. They're over here, they're over there, they're up there, they're down there. I mean, and again, nobody has a clue, at least that we know of, where Nancy Guthrie is. And it is definitely a bungled and botched case. I have issues with the sheriff here. I feel like if the FBI would have been brought in immediately, as we were told they were, but they weren't, as the lead on the case, and the sheriff could have swallowed whatever pride he's got issues with and egos or whatever he's dealing with, we probably would have been done talking about this a week and a half ago, at the very least. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think we would know more information, possibly. I mean, I don't know if the FBI would take the lead on that. like how to share information. You would think a local police department, like if that sheriff doesn't want to be the guy out front talking, like have a what do they call them? A communications person or something
Spokesperson
like
or
that.
yeah, sure. That makes perfect
Um,
sense. Agreed. They could have done that. Even Idaho 4 had a spokesperson for the police department at the beginning, at least. It would come forward. He would make I mean, they didn't do the press conferences or anything, but he would make statements for the media and they would post things on their website. Like, this guy's not doing anything. There's been no press conferences. There's been no updates to anything. There's been just nothing. Every bit of information we're getting, thank God. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but you got to give credit where credit's due. Thank God for JLR, Brian Enton. These guys, they're really hauling it on this one.
they are.
And you guys know how I feel about Brian Enton. You guys know how I felt about JLR. But JLR, from the moment this started, has shared his information. He's shared his live streams.
Yep.
That he's been there from day one, nonstop. He has no problems doing that. Public relations officer. Thank you, Senor.
Yes, thank you, Senor. That's what I was thinking of.
I
got that head thing going on.
yes. But yeah, we wouldn't have half the information we have if it wasn't for these guys, And again, Brian Enton highly irritates me with everything else he's covered recently. But on this one, he's like on point with this. It's crazy. So you got to give him love.
I've observed the changes with the sheriff. I went back and watched the press conferences again. So his very first one, he said he was going to do this every couple days.
Yep.
He had 2.
Yeah.
And they drastically changed in their formats. Well, now 3. One was only with the media. It wasn't like streamed or anything. But he went from, it was pretty chaotic, that first one.
Yes, it was.
Then it seemed like someone reeled him in for the second one, made it a little bit more organized. And then, was it yesterday? They had to schedule 10-minute interviews with him.
It was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is
And
laughable.
they have them behind closed doors.
It is 100% absolutely laughable, folks. It's comical. It's so ridiculously insane that it's happening like this too. It's like, what are you doing? And again, I've heard 2 interviews of people that work for this man that have said that it's all about his pride, his ego. He holds grudges. If somebody doesn't like something he does, and God help them, if they voice it, they end up, being shifted over somewhere else, shipped out, put on a desk job with 26 years of experience in the field as a high-ranking sergeant or commander. You don't do that to people that work for you. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep your staff happy at the very least and comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
And this man doesn't care about any of that. It's just like, it's my way or the highway, and I don't care what you think. And he could have very, very, very easily, without a doubt, said, listen, this is a very high profile situation. We need to bring the FBI in. Let them take the lead on this, so on and so forth. Swallow the pride, move forward. It doesn't mean you're a bad police officer or a bad sheriff because you wanted somebody that has more resources, better resources, and better technology to jump into this and handle that for you. But you can't do that. And I understand you don't want to look bad, whatever. So, okay, but this is a person's life that we're talking about. Now, I'm going to tell you, I feel like it's going to come out. And God forbid, if something has happened to Nancy, which in my stomach, I kind of feel like that it has. Okay. I've been feeling for quite a while that I don't think that she's with us any longer. And if it did, it's going to probably come back down the road that it could have been avoided if this would have been handled differently, in my opinion. And from the start, it was bad. He opened up the crime scene. What day was that? Like immediately? Okay.
I think it was like by that Tuesday.
Right. She went missing Sunday, folks. No, you don't do things like that. And we're not even police officers, and we know this.
Yep.
Real quick here. Christina just visiting. Sluther 75. Juror 13. Jesse Lynn. Miss Christina. Beach Babe. Angie B. Let me see. Jules Vibe. Becca. Senior Wazowski, my brother. Good to see you. Speedy's in the house. Dylan Hildreth, welcome back, brother. A lot of people are saying this at this point, and I'm sorry, but it does look this way. because of the things he's doing. There's my videographer, Molly Drake. Good to see you, Molly girl. Thank you for being here. Molly is the one that creates the intro and the intro music to the that we just heard, amongst many other things that she puts out. By the way, I wanted to say whoever sent this chair to me, I'm sitting in it. Oh my God. You guys are amazing. Whoever it was. And I'm telling you, like, I don't have to do the gangster lean anymore because that. And this thing is
That's nice.
so
Very nice.
I don't think I'll have to stand up as much now because that's why I shut my camera off all the time because of my back. This is so much more comfortable. It's crazy. So thank you to whoever you were. God bless. I do appreciate you so very much. Blue Devil, welcome. Doc J's in the house. Good to see you as well. Taylor, welcome. Good to see you. And I did see your message, Taylor. Thank you. Again, Phenomena Mom, great to see you as well. Please make sure to hit the like button. And guys, please share this out. Let everybody know what's going on here. My producer, Mikey, in the house, the last 24. It is stupid comfortable. I'm telling you, stupid comfortable. So thank you to whoever it was. You guys are just absolutely amazing. I'm so much more relaxed sitting here than I normally am too. Thank you, Sleuther. I appreciate that very much.
It looks comfy.
Oh God, it is so comfortable.
I have comfortable chairs, but they're not office chairs. They're sitting chairs. So my chin would probably be.
Yeah,
you'd see my forehead.
I don't like
Right.
I don't like to be sitting up high, and this has the ability to drop up and down. I feel more comfortable when I'm kind of close in like this. This, by the way, this has, and I'm just warning you ahead of time, folks. I'm not going to use it while I'm live if I can help it, but it has heat and the vibration, massage, and all that in it. So I'm giving a forewarning. If I kind of do one of these deals and I'm gone, you'll know why, because that's on. It means that I probably knocked me out. So I'm just saying.
That's funny.
That's why I'm going to try not to use it so I don't pass out while I'm sitting here, because that would be amazing. Lucy Lou's in the house. Good to see you, Lucy. It is super comfortable. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have no idea how much this meant to me. Yeah, that's a good point. I know I'm stable. I'm not going to fall out. That's why I'm at ease. What is up? Jippa. I did update it, I thought, JP. It should be. Miss Paula, the positive ones in the house. Yes, I know. And we have another glove video that we're going to play for you guys, probably towards the end here, that Miss Molly put together. These things have been great.
Yep, I love those.
This one's even better. Nice visit. Just visiting. Good to see you. Yes, it was absolutely amazing. The people in this community do this all this kind of stuff all the time. Everybody in here are amazing. They truly are. And by the way, I want to thank you all yesterday for joining us for the Custody Queens Ron Funk. That was an awesome show, folks. And all your questions, I've gotten multiple statements coming from Kristen and Sam and Ron. How intelligent you guys are, how smart the questions were, how like you guys were making them think, and that's amazing to me. Which I already knew how smart you guys are. There's no doubt there, and how intellectual you guys can be. I told you guys I don't care what anybody says. Sorry, Kim, but we share the same community, so the best community on YouTube right here,
for sure.
All of you guys are amazing.
Yep.
Congrats, Speedy. Happy day anniversary on 1 month. Thank you so much for being here. It was an awesome show, Jesse. I agree. Thank you, Miss Meg, for that. Very informative. Yes, it was. It definitely was. It was definitely helpful to hear from them. And I'm excited because they're going to be joining us again. One of the shows that we're doing for the come on, Dago.
I didn't hear what you said.
The verdict room. We're going to be having them join us on the verdict room one night, and that's going to be. I'm excited for that because you'll be there, and Logan will be there, and Mikey. So I think, and it's going to be a little bit down the road after some of this stuff unfolds more with the WSU thing. So it's going to be. I think it's going to be a great show for that too.
Yep.
Speaking of this Saturday coming up, guys, we have Audrey from Glitch DNA joining us. I'm kind of really excited about that one.
I'm really excited for that. I love Audrey.
Yes. No, not tonight, Christina. It's this coming Saturday. Yeah, Audrey's so smart. So smart. Wants to remove your Moscow song. What? Oh, is it because of what you the effery in it? That could be why. It's still funny, Molly. Yeah, Audrey's awesome. She's so super smart. Definitely looking forward to that one. 6 p.m. this coming Saturday. You guys have to make sure you tune in, join us. Myself, Miss Kim here, Logan from Bronx Tales, Mikey from The Last 24, and Audrey from Glitch DNA will be here with us that night. I can't wait. I have so many questions for her. No. It's every Saturday night, Christina. Every Saturday night. I will be over with Devil's Advocates tonight. What is today? Wednesday?
It is Wednesday.
Christ, I lose track of my days. Have they checked Savannah's ex-husband? I mean, in the Tepe murders, the ex-husband held a grudge for 10 years. I mean, that's a good
As an
point.
ex-husband? I didn't know that.
Neither did I. I did not know that either. I
That's
guess
interesting.
Right. Mikey said that Audrey is super excited to join us. That's awesome. I cannot wait. Megastar Meg in the house. Welcome, Meg. Rose back in the house. Luty Kitty, welcome back to you. Meow meow. CZ, good to see you. Welcome all of you guys. We got 81 peeps in the house today, guys, and it looks like we got 50 likes. Let's try to make that match and get this up in that algorithm if we can. Speak of the devil. Da-da-da-da. Devil's Advocates in the house. Check it out, Mr. Lee. Good to see you, brother. Can't wait for tonight's show. Great to see you, sir. That's another one I'm going to have joining us on the Verdict Room. I don't know why I can't remember the name of the damn show. Lee into joining us one of those nights too. So, Kim, at this point, what is your biggest issue in this case so far?
My biggest issue?
Your biggest issue with this case, yes. There's Mama Bear. The biggest thing you have issues with about how the case has been handled, I guess.
I would think that they would have had ways to track the ransom communication in 18 days.
Good point. That's a good one. Yeah.
I think. I do think they're giving weight to that. I do believe they probably gave information. Like I think the person that's doing that at least knows something. But I don't think it's going to be like a ransom. I think their time period for exchanging money for Nancy has that should have happened immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And the family said, we will pay. And then they didn't pay.
Right.
So why didn't they pay?
Well,
because there's probably not proof of life.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because that was something I was going to ask you about. And I'm sorry about that, Pennywise. I'm sorry. I know some of the mods get stuck over there in those accounts. It's okay. I'm grateful to see you as well. So great to have you here, Penny. So, okay, we remember when that was stated, like she did it in a live video to the whole world and said, we will pay. Those were her words. Okay. Yeah. Then nothing happened. Nothing at all. There was no, and I know they had asked for proof of life. That's never happened from my understanding. Never. Okay. But my question about this is when she said that, do you think that they said, no, don't do that? Don't pay this? Or do you think that they told her to pay and they chose not to because there was no proof of life? What are your thoughts on that? I mean, obviously,
you mean like the FBI?
Yeah. Or whoever, Sheriff's Department, maybe.
The FBI said several times in those first, I think it was the second press conference, that it's up to the they were letting it, at least that's what they said publicly. They said it's up to the family. Were they getting advice? I'm sure.
Right.
But I don't think ultimately they could tell them what to do. Right. That's probably a legality, It's like your attorney can't exactly tell you what to do, but
agreed. That's a good point. Yeah, definitely. And then with all that, then we have Harvey Levin over with TMZ getting these 5 now. We're going to look at that 5 emails from this person that claims to not be the kidnapper, but know who they are and know where Nancy is. First off, of all networks and all people to go to, TMZ, folks, that's weird to me. Sorry.
I'm wondering if in every one of these ransom notes to TMZ, if they're giving something else every time to go back, because it seems like every time they get a note, they go back to the house.
They do. That's true.
So I think they're having them go like, hey, like they're giving them some kind of clue, like go look at this, like they're verifying, like I was there and I know this.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yep.
They could be faking us all out, but that's what it looks like. And I didn't see the latest information about the new ransom note today, so that'll be new.
Yeah, that's I haven't looked at any of this stuff. It's all new to me because I've been slam busy all day until I jumped in here. So we'll be doing that together for sure. Jesse says, I believe the FBI told him not to pay. That's kind of what my thought was too. I was wondering if they said I wouldn't do, maybe they didn't like force them, but you know what I mean? Give them advice and say, I don't know that I would because we haven't seen proof of life and that may stunt the situation. Again,
exactly. And you're taking a risk no matter what that it's going to be a scam, right? Mm-hmm. Even if they truly are planning on it making an exchange,
right?
You're still running that risk, but with no proof of life, I just think that risk increases. You know, then it becomes more like a scam. Like
absolutely.
We don't have her, or she's not living anymore, and we're just trying to get the money, and we're not going to tell you anything.
See, and I wondered if that's something happened, maybe, and that's why the whole we're ready to pay, or we will pay, or whatever it was that was stated, and then nothing happened. I wonder if something happened. If that, because I told you guys before, welcome Hemisphere. I told you guys before that I felt like something may have happened to Nancy in my stomach, that gut feeling, you know what I mean? So I wondered if something may have happened and that slowed the process at that point and things changed. I don't know. It's just a thought, but this was just dropped 50 minutes ago. And it's in relation to Sheriff Ding Dong. That's what I call him because he just things he does makes zero sense to me, you guys. It bothers the hell out of me. So, see, Speedy, you know what, Speedy, you're not the only person that said that. And I've seen multiple streams, people talking about this, that people believe that Harvey's sending these letters to himself. But I don't know if that's true or not, because I don't think the FBI would allow for that, but it's a thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me the FBI forensic investigator worked on the ID4 case because he did such a good job. Right. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Let's check this out real quick.
Right now, investigators say they are turning to genealogy tests to track down new leads on her whereabouts.
Oh, forgot. Here we go. Tomorrow, we're going to see an Othram plaque thrown up on a news stream. And guess what? They'll be with Othram, folks. I'm telling you, this is insane.
Oh, you think they'll take it away from the Florida place and they want to give it to Othram?
Yes, they just said, as soon as she said that, it just popped into my head. They're going to use Othram now. I'm not saying that that's going to happen for sure. I'm just saying I won't be surprised. Jesus. Welcome, Redacted.
After DNA tests failed to find a match on the glove recovered near her home. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany.
And here's the reason why I'm saying this, because what happened in Idaho, Kim, they sent it off to local labs. They hit it twice, got nothing, and then poof, off it goes to Texas. And then magically they got a hit on it. Okay. What did they just say? That they got no DNA hits on this, and now they're going to go with IgG. I swear to God, it's going to go to Othram. I'm telling you.
Well, because they made up that whole thing. Like, I just don't understand.
Nope.
I haven't heard that in any other case about it has to go back to the state and all
Never.
these rules all of a sudden now apply. It's because they're going to go to IGG.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing. So yeah, you're probably right. I
That's
bet you're right.
exactly what I think they did, Kim. I think you hit the nail on the head
Yep.
right there. Do you think the FBI will actually follow their guidelines and apply for warrants at each stage? Absolutely no. I don't. I just don't. Nothing else has gone, in my opinion, the way that protocol asks. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a good question, JP.
I'm going to say something funny connecting it to the Idaho 4 because didn't Ashley Jennings write some of the warrants?
Mm,
So does Pima
yep.
County have an attorney, a prosecutor that's going to be writing warrants?
We might as well. We have a Range Rover. We have an 8-hour period of time. We have, I mean, there's so many parallels, you guys. It's insane to me. I'm sorry. Meg says she thinks it's already at Othram. I wouldn't doubt it, Meg. I swear to God, I wouldn't doubt it.
Probably went straight there.
100%. Yes. They probably contacted Sheriff Ding Dong and said, yo, I see what you're going through. Anything you get, send it to us. We got you covered. We got you covered. Wouldn't doubt it.
FB the cook, yes, the Florida lab did go through the whole process. They did develop a profile. They did do all that stuff.
But they couldn't use it, right?
They said they got no hits in CODIS.
See, that's what I don't believe. I think that they shut that down right as they got what they did when they processed it and said, you can't put this out. We have to run it back through our state process first, which I think is so dumb. Like you said, I've never heard of that before. I even looked that up yesterday and because it didn't make sense. Never heard of that before. I can't find anything on it, by the way.
For Arizona?
I should have typed in Arizona. I just typed in generally, like, do you have to
for the FBI?
Yeah. Lucy says it is wild to me that so many people have not caught on to the things that are highly pushed in the media and how they use those things to influence people into going alone with new ways. That's a good point too. Very good point. Ms. Mysteries in the house. Good to see ya. The math is not mathing.
I just hope that this case, I hope that the difference between this case and Idaho 4 is that they have a ton of other evidence to support whoever the DNA ends up coming back. So, like, that can't be the only thing.
No, I agree.
They have to have other corroborating evidence.
I agree. And I think Othram is taking full advantage of every situation they can now. And they're jumping into things and inserting themselves to try to make themselves look like the hero every time now. That's my opinion. And I think that's what's going to continue to happen with these cases. FB says, yeah, I'm saying it's already in Texas, the day of the glove. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't. Senior saying that that is the whole reason FBI fought so hard for the samples because that's who the FBI uses. Well, that's a good point too, Senor. That very well could be.
Well, they were saying they were going to send it to Quantico.
Right.
That's the talking point that Lucy's talking about.
That's a good point too. Doesn't the FBI use Othram now though? Is it going to go to Quantico to their own personal lab, or are they using Othram for all their stuff now? That's my question to this.
Well, remember in Idaho, there was some like they were letting Othram work on it up until a certain point, and then the FBI said no, give it to us, and then did it go to Quantico?
That's interesting. That's a good point too, Kim. Shit, that's why I like having you join me for these things because you.
Sometimes I remember things.
Squeeze my brain and things come, because they start flowing. I went over the Justice Department regulations for IGG in my live today, which was a good show, by the way, Senor. I caught some of it. In the only 2 instances, IGG is to be used as violent crimes and to identify human remains.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm writing that one down. And where did you find that at, sir? Justice Department regulations. Interesting. Hang on, you guys.
Awesome topic, Senor. I'm glad you did that.
Yes. Interesting. IgG only to be used. Human remains and violent crimes. So
They'll say this is a violent crime, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet.
No, that's the problem. They haven't told us anything. Wow. Good point, senor. Good point. Thank you for that info, sir. And you have to know this is true because of the previous false flag operations that have occurred. That's a good point, too. Very good point. Welcome, Paisley. Yeah, you ain't lying about that one. The world is looking like a very scary place to a regular person. No lie.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Very true. Very true. Wildness. Let me finish this out.
Here's my co-host, Harris Faulkner and Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Kellyanne Conway, Fox News contributor, president of KA Consulting, and former senior counselor to President Trump, and Jeremy Hunt, Veterans on Duty chairman and former Army intelligence captain. Well, it is day 18, and there are still no signs of Nancy Guthrie. The local sheriff now shedding light on what he believes are the circumstances of her disappearance. Here's what he told our own chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt.
I believe it was a kidnapping, but I'm not the one investigating this. I have a team of some very qualified, very hardworking young men and women who if you want a theory, their theory would be the best theory out there because they do know.
If you just said you briefings, you believe it's a kidnapping.
I believe it was a kidnapping.
Targeted kidnapping.
Yes, I believe whoever did that knew what they were up to.
He says he's determined to find Nancy, telling NBC News, quote, "As long as we have the ability to chase a lead, it's not cold." He shared a similar message to the New York Times. But notice the word he uses. He says, maybe it's an hour from now, maybe it's weeks or months or years from now. But we won't quit. We're going to find Nancy. We're going to find this guy. Emily, this advanced DNA testing or the newer DNA testing that is being used, because we know there wasn't a hit on CODIS, there is some hope here. And I want to pull up some of the cases that have been solved with newer DNA testing: the Idaho murders, the Golden State Killer, Bear Brook murders, and William Talbot II. And the Koberger, one of the investigators, said there that the advanced genomic sequencing could build a detailed profile for genealogical databases crucial for solving this case.
Well, the distinction between some of the cases that you had on the screen there, Kaylee, is timing. So you had the Golden State Killer, that was 2018. Now, since then, there have been multiple lawsuits and a whole privacy movement that has resulted in these DNA genetic match websites closing their profiles, having the default be to not share the genetic profiles with law enforcement. So overnight, it went from millions of potential DNA profiles to do this genealogical familial mapping out to thousands. So I believe, while I too am optimistic about this case in general, yes, the public needs to understand that for them to be on board with, to support, to be part of this kind of necessary tracking for cold cases and for urgent cases like this, you have to toggle it on to share with law enforcement. Now, in the past, there's been sort of a narrative that it was an overbroad, deceptive pursuit by law enforcement, that everyone's DNA would be splashed everywhere and families would be, sort of held culpable. Nothing was further from the truth. It is, as you know, targeted, very specific subpoenas and requests. And those mapping out oftentimes were done over years on butcher block paper by the good men and women of law enforcement. So for this to be more efficacious, please toggle your profiles on and understand the reality that it's not just easily done in 30 minutes like we see on shows on TV. It's a lot worse. And by the way, quick point about that sheriff. I hope that there's a PR class in the making, because it is abysmal how he is managing the PR and the communications of this case.
Zing.
I agree with that entirely. The PR has not been, let's say, above board. There's been a lot of conflicting messages. And I listened to this message, and you hope that maybe they have a suspect in.
Say again, ma'am.
I said zing.
Yeah.
Did you hear what she said?
Yes.
He needs
Zing,
a
zing.
PR class.
Yes.
She's going to get called into the office.
Oh boy, you're not reading from the script, girly girl. Miss Cassie.
I forgot to say that earlier. Did you know he kind of like called Brian Enton on the carpet? Like, hey, you've been saying bad things about me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, he's not very, and that means Brian's getting a demotion then.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know,
they're all
what
getting
happens, how
demoted.
he retaliates. He retaliates.
She's demoted.
Yes. Department of Justice interim policy on genetic genealogy. Thank you, senor. I will have to pull that at some point. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you, dear. Margaret's in the house. Good to see you. Make sure I caught it. Angie B, Margaret. 1-1. Welcome. Yes, there is a new video, I believe. I think I got everybody. If not, I will catch up with you, I promise.
The way with Koberger, yes, it took 40 days to lead to the arrest, but they had the suspect in mind before.
Have you noticed how often they refer back to the Brian Koberger situation and the Idaho 4 situation with this case?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm glad. Well, I mean, we do it. I mean,
Right.
are they seeing? They're just seeing it the opposite way. Like they're like, oh yeah, they did it in that case, and now we're doing it in this case, and we're like side eyeing it.
Yes, fully and honestly, I agree. I didn't get it yet, but I will look for that, senor. Thank you, and I'll be able to tell you 1-1 once we go through it. Lucy's saying it's the same policy that was in place when Idaho 4 occurred, and I don't think it matters that they follow their own rules. Yeah, gotcha. Crafty Mama, welcome. Good to see you. It is very annoying. I agree with you. Thank you, Meg. Guys, if you're interested in any of the True Crime Cafe merch, t-shirts, hoodies, cups, all sorts of stuff in there, check out that link that Meg just threw up right there.
I'm going to have to go back and look, but I did a video a long time ago. It was a case. It was one of the cases where they first used the genetic genealogy databases, and the media was all over it, like, you know, making a big deal about it. And because the FBI lied. They caught them in a lie, and they said they didn't use a certain one, and it ended up they did.
Gotcha.
But now look where we're at. So yeah, do they lie? Yeah.
It kind of sort of seems that way, you know. In my opinion, I should say. On we go.
Well, Sheriff Nanos was asked about whether there's a pool of suspects. Here's what he said to Jonathan Hunt.
We haven't narrowed it down to anything other than we have certain pieces of evidence that we're looking at to try to find this individual, whether it be DNA, whether it be that ring camera video, whether it be evidence at a Walmart that might lead us to somebody.
I mean, Harris, it makes me think there's not even a pool of suspects here.
Well, look, I do find this interesting. After all that they've done, and I thought about the Privacy Act that Emily was just talking about, those laws especially, they now are going back to Google, the owner of Nest, and they're going to try to see what else they can glean. Jonathan Hunt was reporting that in the Faulkner Focus last hour. And, you know, my whole question is, do they have more that they think they can get to and Google just cannot share it? Like, where are we in that process? That's not going to make or break the case, but it will answer those people who are worried about the fact that this is looking like maybe we got to wait for a while. When he says the word years, yeah, I can kind of see why you might want to give this guy some communications gifts. But look, he was transparent about it. So I guess we're grateful for that part. I do want to know what else they think they can get from that doorbell, because the doorbell cam is gone. So what was left behind more than what we already have? And that's been such a pinnacle. It's so important in this case. That's been really critical. So if they have more, let's see it.
So maybe the communications was imprecise, or maybe there is a pool of suspects, because there is this interview that took place with a co-owner of a gun shop about the sheriff and the law enforcement that approached him. Listen to what the co-owner of this gun shop said.
He started asking me questions about if anybody had, well, he actually had given me a list, a paper list of people that had pictures and names on it. And he wanted to know if I could help him pull up in my system if any of these people have purchased a gun in the last year. I felt bad for the family, and honestly, anything that could help them find the person, I was willing to help. So I said that I'd be willing to help.
So Jonathan, if there are pictures and names, then there are people that are in mind.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, as more information comes out, I think we'll see more kind of what's going on. Right now, it's just little smoke and mirrors for the American people. I do worry about, the amount of eyeballs that are on this case. I mean, millions of people are watching this, even in my own life, and I'm texting friends like, have you heard this? And, it has totally gripped our country in a way. And I worry about what is the message that's going to be at the end of this. And my hope is that the message to elderly and vulnerable people that, look, if something happens to you, we will go to the ends of the earth to get you back home. We are going to make sure, we will stop at nothing to make sure you are okay. And I also hope that the message to the perpetrators, and any monstrous people out there, evil, depraved people out there, the message to them is, look, you will not get away with this. If you even think about harming vulnerable people in our country, elderly people in our country, we will go to the ends of the earth to bring you to justice. That's the message that I hope is at the conclusion of this. And right now, all we can do is pray for the best.
Absolutely. Kellyanne, and NBC News was reporting that the sheriff said that he had seen a surveillance photo that he believes might have captured the jewelry that the individual had, maybe a ring on the hand. And it made me think, are there additional surveillance photos, or did I miss something because it was hard to see with a glove?
It certainly is possible. So far, this is talk about gripping the nation. The man at the door who sees that he's being caught at the door is probably the biggest lead that we've all seen. And so I do think there will be internet sleuths that can help with that. And there's no question. I want to go back to what everybody has said, which I agree with completely.
Hold up. Wait a minute. What did you just say there, ma'am? Let's hear that one more time.
So I do think there will be internet sleuths that can help with that. And there's no question. I want to go back to what everybody has said, which I agree.
Internet sleuths. Interesting.
Agree with completely. I think what people need to understand, Kaylee, about the genetics and genealogy testing, which is just different than basic genetic testing, is that it can apply not just to...
What's up, Willie? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you, 1-1.
High-profile cases where you're a child of the allegedly kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, I believe the sheriff. We pray for her safety and her life. It's not just when your daughter is known or a celebrity high profile. This can help many different cases, and it actually reduces the chance of mistaken identity, that you have the wrong person, because our genealogy and our genetic makeup are so unique to us. So it actually does something that the criminal field couldn't do years ago. The other thing just to say here is that I know it sounds so simple, and we're all guilty of this, but in addition to making sure elders know that they're cared for, there are so many basic things we can do without violating each other's privacy that does give us that extra level of comfort. I don't love cameras being everywhere, but in this case, it probably will help us crack the code. One last thing on the sheriff. I wish he hadn't said, Kaylee, that I don't have a pool of suspects. I always give the benefit of the doubt to people who are handling sensitive information, that they do know things that we cannot, and they should know things that they should not disclose. We worked in the White House together. You know it writ large at a place like that. Like, no, we don't need to tell the country everything right now out of protection for them or protection for the innocent. I just wish he wouldn't say so much. He can say, I can't comment on that. And we'd all feel better that they're working assiduously toward finding a pool of suspects.
Can I add one thing? I wonder if we will get to the point in this society where we are more comfortable with face recognition AI. I mean, other countries are utilizing this. China's very well known for it. They go after their own people that way. But in this instance, if you had that, it would be really hard for that person to leave that driveway, because we know that it's dark and there weren't cameras everywhere. But then how does he get off the street? Like, and it sees so much. And I'm not advocating for a lack of privacy, but we're already putting so much out there every time we shop online. I'm just wondering, do we get to that point? It's just a question.
It's an interesting conversation, because I was covering yesterday, Iran uses that facial recognition to literally go after protesters.
The protesters,
but you're exactly right. Every time you look at your iPhone, your facial profile is there. If you use
That's how the phone opens.
I used it at the airport this morning, and obviously
You use the touchless?
Yep.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
The same genetic genealogy testing that helped catch notorious killers is now playing a key role in the Nancy Guthrie case. Officials say this investigative tech was key in finding criminals like the Golden State Killer and more recently, convicted Idaho killer Brian Koberger. All this as the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos reveals the results from the CODIS testing of the DNA evidence collected so far. Watch.
The DNA on the glove that was found 2 miles away was submitted for CODIS, and I just heard that CODIS had no hits.
Is there a match on the DNA in the glove to the DNA, the unknown DNA that you found in the house?
There's no match to the DNA at the house.
So entirely separate DNA?
Correct.
Okay. So that would mean if there's no, is there a CODIS match from the DNA in the house?
No.
Our next guest is a retired FBI.
That's interesting. For those of you that didn't see that yesterday. So this person here is going to speak on that a little bit too.
Assistant Special Agent in charge for Arizona who covers the Tucson area. John Weinarelli joins us now. John, thank you for joining us. You just heard that there, no's across the board. What are investigators doing right now when it comes to this glove and the DNA that has been discovered, given these developments?
Well, the fact that the information is not in CODIS is not the end of the road. As you discussed, there's been a lot of ways DNA has been developed through the other systems out there, the 23andMe, Ancestry. Any person related to that individual who left their DNA behind at Nancy Guthrie's home, if they've ever taken that test, that DNA evidence is going to be out there and it will link them to other relatives. It's just a matter of finding, is there any sort of connection? That's what the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are doing right now.
How long does that take, John?
Well, it can be a fairly quick process because the DNA has already been tested and it's in the system. Now, no one just gives information away. They have to get a court order. They have to get the agency that has the information to cooperate. But in this case, everybody seems to want to assist in any way they can. I imagine we're going to see a fairly quick turnaround. We might even hear something within the next 24 or 48 hours.
Also, John, here's Sheriff Nanos with what appears to be a major admission that investigators have ruled out the theory that Nancy Guthrie's abduction was a burglary gone wrong. That is his current assessment. Listen to this.
You and your briefings, you believe it's a kidnapping?
I believe it was a kidnapping.
Targeted kidnapping?
Yes, I believe whoever did that knew what they were up to.
So do you believe
who they were after?
What do you make of that analysis?
I think law enforcement knows more than they've shared, and that makes sense. You always want to hold details back that only the person responsible would know. We've heard that there might be multiple cameras, including the Ring camera out front that was taken. Perhaps they have other video surveillance that shows further action. Maybe they've gotten some information off that shows the type of items that were in that rather large and packed backpack. All of that leads them to believe that this wasn't just a burglary, but somebody who was looking to commit a nefarious act.
Okay, John, then why has every single law enforcement official that we've had on this program that's working this case or that is opining on the case saying this doesn't look like any kidnapping that they have ever seen in their entire career in law enforcement? Any thoughts on that, John?
It doesn't look like any kidnapping I've ever worked or seen either. Just because the person had a nefarious intent to do something doesn't mean they were organized or skilled in doing it. It certainly is not what you would expect. Normally a kidnapping, you're looking for that profit. You're looking to communicate with the family and do it quietly, not through TMZ. So it is unusual. But the most important thing is all of this has to be worked to find Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, and you know, if this is an organized kidnapping, did the kidnappers have her medication? Did they order it in advance to keep her alive? And if the ransom notes are in fact fake, then why did these kidnappers not reach out to the family yet? There are just so many questions that are still unanswered. But I do want to ask you, John, about this.
I wanted to speak to that real quick, if you don't mind.
Please do. And that JP, no way, 24 hours, 48 hours to IGG should.
I don't think that guy understood how IGG works.
I don't think so either. That was my opinion, but let's hear it. What do you
think? He said if you swab yourself and then you're in the system and then they'll match you to your relatives. That's not how it works.
No, it doesn't work that. Oh my God, yeah.
So that
Yeah,
wasn't my main thing, but these investigators are saying I've never seen a kidnapping like this, and this is why I like to do comparison cases, because I just covered a case from, I think it was 92,
yeah,
92
yeah.
or 93, and the woman was kidnapped from her home, and the guy, I don't know if he set out, he set out for it to be a ransom, but he didn't keep her alive, and then he still went forward with the ransom. So, and that was his plan. Like
Mhm.
that was his plan. So, I mean, to me, the 90s don't seem like that long ago. I know to
Mm-mm.
other people it does, but
It just
I
feels
think
like a
there's
couple
all
years ago.
different kinds of ransom cases out there, but
Right, right. That's wild. That is
and that
wild.
person kept sending letters, making phone calls to different family members, inserting himself into the investigation, like doing all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
It does happen.
Yeah, absolutely it happens. We've seen it happen before, not to mention. But JP, thank you again for jumping in the sauce with us. Welcome, and great to have you in the family, sir. Um, they're not that far away, guys, at all. I swear to God, the 90s are just feels like just a couple years ago. It's crazy. So
The good
crazy.
old days.
So that means that no one in the person's family is in CODIS. I mean, it. Welcome, Wade. Good to see you. At some point, technology will manufacture DNA. I think they're already doing that, Christine, just to be honest with you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Do you think CODIS only has to be an exact match, or can it be a partial match?
I think you would think it should be able to be partial, but I don't truly honestly know how that works.
No, either.
That is a good question, though. I would imagine the FBI, though, that if the FBI is doing something with this, they should be able to pull an exact match. You know what I'm saying? With whatever they're doing. Becca, good to see you. Nothing. Always read fine print.
Checked.
CODIS will provide partial matches in the system. Thank you, Lucy. When a profile is checked, body green covering, eyes, body green covering.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Eyes,
What
body.
is-
What does body green mean? Eyes,
What
body,
is
green
ever
covering eyes.
eyes, body, green? What is that?
I think her answer is up the top. It'll provide partial matches in the system when a profile is checked. Body green covering eyebrow. I don't know what that other part of that means, Lucy. Sorry. CODIS provides partial matches. Okay. I would imagine they would, isn't CODIS not a full profile DNA, so should get multiple hits. CODIS doesn't have to be 100 is required to match many points, right? Describing her emoji. Got you. Okay. Okay. I got it. Sorry. It's showing that emoji is what that is. It described it. I don't know why they do that. It's weird.
Ooh, Carlos has spoken
with his attorney. I'll have to look for that. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see what Mr. Levin is going to tell us now. God, I still don't understand how they allowed him to stay involved in this.
Nancy Guthrie has gone international. We have learned the FBI has told the search for Nancy Guthrie has gone international. We have learned the FBI has told federal Mexican law enforcement to tell various police agencies to be on the lookout for Nancy and her kidnapper. Now, our law enforcement sources are telling us that it is possible they believe that Nancy was taken across the border, but they doubt if she is across the border that it happened directly after the kidnapping. We're told that because we know now that the FBI checked cameras, Border Patrol cameras, and also other various electronic devices. We are asked not to be specific about that, and they have come up dry. There is nothing showing any movement across the border where they suspect Nancy Guthrie was in that car. Now, that said, we're told that she could have been taken at some point after the kidnapping, a day or so later or 2 days later. They just don't know. And obviously, there is a way to get across the border undetected. But right now, they have put the word out, and so far, no luck. There is something else. TMZ obtained another ransom note today. This is a highly sophisticated demand involving a form of crypto, not Bitcoin. Now, it is demanding roughly the same amount as the demand letter we received, shortly after the kidnapping, the $6 million demand. It's not exactly that, but it's close to that. The demand graphically describes the consequences if the demand is not met. It also involves the media, saying that the media essentially becomes a go-between, a trigger, if you will, for getting this ransom money. We have been asked not to be specific about any of that beyond what we've just said. We have forwarded this on to the FBI, and they are looking into it. The email that we received today does not have the same crypto account as the crypto account in that first ransom letter that we received. A couple of other things. We told you yesterday that the FBI went around to various gun stores in the Tucson area with a list of names, trying to see if anybody on that list bought a gun at any of these shops. We were told, and we told you this yesterday, that the list was created by the people who had purchased a holster similar to the one that the kidnapper was wearing. The FBI had gone to Walmart and other retailers, created this list. We are told that this did not bear fruit, that so far it turned up nothing, that there was no match here of somebody buying a gun and buying that holster, at least from that list. Couple of other things. The FBI team, there is a team that is working on just finding people who have bought items similar to the ones the kidnapper is wearing. They actually have a team contacting Walmart and other retailers, and their focus is finding matches, people who have bought more than one of these items, a backpack, a jacket, a holster, or anything else. Again, we are told that so far they do not have any real leads on that. So the bottom line, and this is a quote from a law enforcement source, we are shaking the trees looking for clues. So they are doing everything they can. There's one other thing that I was asked to mention, and that is something I know to be true. The FBI is really serious that anybody who is trying to get money from the Guthrie family with a phony demand letter is going to spend, as it was put to me, a long, long time in federal prison. The FBI does not mess around with things like that, and they are laser focused to find both the kidnapper and people who are exploiting the Guthrie family.
So weird. So weird. This is insane. They talked about in the early days of the first week about grid searches, but I never saw one put on TV. So I don't know about this search thing, guys. I have questions. I'll be honest and true. So there was another statement put out about the cooperation on this. Let's see here. And again, the letter from TMZ states that there's multiple people, the newest one, multiple people involved. I kind of gathered that. That's what I thought to begin with, to be honest with you. So they're manhunt. There's a manhunt. Who's the manhunt for? Okay, that's what I want to know. Who are they exactly looking for? And I'm pretty sure that they have to know at least of somebody they're looking for, in my opinion, or they're not going to go out and waste resources just looking for somebody, just anybody. You know what I'm saying? So that is something that I definitely feel like they definitely know. They haven't told anybody, of course. And I get you want to keep the integrity of the case, that's fine. But like, there should have been at least one, maybe there should be at least one presser in at least every 3 days, in my opinion. Okay. They've done nothing like that, unfortunately. So this 1 minute here. There is supposedly there was a claim made about this DNA. Giddy up, good to see you. Carrie's Gold, thank you for joining us. Michigan Girl, great to see you. One minute, guys. 1 minute. Let me bring this back. All right, so CNN this is, oh no, wrong one. My apologies. Hold on. Was looking for that statement. Okay, so they did a few more interviews, and this is something to base that. These are all updates from just hours ago. I'm trying to show you guys all of them. Welcome back, Kim.
Thanks.
So Fox News alert, the county sheriff's office denying there's a short list of suspects in the Nancy Guthrie case as her entire neighborhood remains on edge more than 3 weeks since her disappearance. Let's head back down to Tucson, where Fox and Friends weekend co-host Griff Jenkins has been talking with locals in Nancy's community. Good morning, Griff.
Hey, good morning, LJ. And this group of Tucson residents have been gathering for coffee every morning before the sun rises for more than a decade, and they have certainly been impacted by this story. Jim, let me start with you. How has this impacted the community? How do you feel about this?
Tucson is a very tight community and a very secure community. And this has rattled quite a few people, to be honest, because this type of crime and this type of notoriety that we're getting nationally is just not what we're used to here. And it's put a cloud on things, and we're sorry to see the national news we've gotten for such an unfortunate thing for Savannah and her family. And everybody's just praying that everybody gets their act together and they find this guy and return Nancy safe and sound.
Yeah, and Nancy, by the way, has been known to come to this coffee shop. Savannah, seen here a lot. And Terry, if you had to describe the impact on this community in one word, how would you do it?
Scared. People are worried about their safety. A lot of elderly people live in this area. They're by themselves, like Mrs. Guthrie. And people are a little nervous.
And, another resident told me that this is a community where people really don't lock their doors.
Or did not before. A lot of people are locking their doors now. They didn't before.
And I'm just going to sneak over here because in this exclusive coffee group, Mary is among the only females. Mary, how do you feel about this? What are your thoughts on this now that we're 18 days that Nancy's been missing?
Well, it's such a scary incident. And I've lived in this community for a long time, raised my children here, and I've always felt safe and secure. And suddenly that has gone away. And now I'm being more vigilant about my surroundings and locking my doors. And I empathize with her family.
Have you heard, Kim? I know that we haven't heard. We heard there was no forced entry, but have you heard whether or not her door was locked?
They haven't said anything.
I didn't think so either.
They haven't said anything. And I was watching a clip from JLR earlier, and I thought I saw sliding doors, but then everybody pointed out it was probably the pool house. But
God.
she also, I was looking at the back of her house on like Google Earth, and I
Right.
couldn't get it to like really line up so you could see vertically the back of the house, but it did look like there was like it was a roof, but like an awning type roof that projected out in the backyard, like a little patio, like a porch patio area
Yeah.
would be better. You would have sliding doors there.
I forgot. And now we have a slider door too, folks. Jesus Christ.
So I would think, I mean, I've always heard that they're easy to
They are.
get
They are.
into.
And sometimes it was stated early on in this, guys, that these people were so comfortable in this neighborhood, they didn't lock their doors, as we're hearing and seeing. And I can imagine a sliding glass door might be the one.
And what if that went to her bedroom? Like some people have them
Yeah.
like to go out their bedroom right
I mean, like
to
Queeley did in her room?
the yard. Well, it was on the first floor.
Yeah, right.
This one's on the first floor.
would
Yeah,
make
just
sense
to
if
go
it's-
right outside. Yeah.
If
I
there's
don't.
a
I mean,
deck
that's
back
just
there.
me speculate. I didn't see it for sure, but it makes sense. I
It
mean,
does. It truly does. That's a good point. Very good point.
the other thing that you brought up was the grid search.
Yeah.
And isn't it odd that like there wasn't like this swarm of community members to go out searching?
That was the point I was making. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Volunteers, where usually they all like show up at the firehouse and they get assigned a certain area and
it was stated
go door to door. Like there's mountains there. Who went into the mountains to go look?
Right. And they claimed early on with this that the whole community loved her because of who she was. And all they said that they've done is search the hills, which is where she lives, basically, right there at the base of the mountain. So
Yeah.
they've never showed any video of like a massive search. Never. Which is weird to me. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Let me finish this up here. Yeah, I agree with you too, Jer. It seems to be like they should have went immediately and started searching for her, in my opinion.
That's
They
why
said-
I'm kind of thinking they know. They know if they don't know who, they know why.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's got to be someone close to them for them not to like do the whole ransom thing and pay. And
Yes. And they would know something to not do a search like that. I agree with you right there for sure.
yeah.
Because if they didn't know that, at least that detail, they would have been all over that. They were on her property and neighbor's property, but they never went any further than that, which was weird to me.
Mhm.
Very strange.
And Annie's property.
Yeah. How many times have they been back to Annie's now too? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
They
mean,
keep going back to
they
Annie's
searched
house.
that neighborhood.
Right. They went door to door. I was watching a live. I think JLR was there or that other guy, but they were looking in people's like pole barns and sheds and garages and knocking on doors, asking to search their houses, their property. They were back over in Annie's neighborhood yesterday, from my understanding, asking people to search their property because of things they think were dropped. Why would that be on Annie's property?
Yep.
That's weird.
And they were in their house at night taking photos.
Mm-hmm.
Now, somebody did say that could have been looking for like evidence of Nancy being in the house that night for dinner. Like, I get that, but still, it's weird.
It is very, very weird. You are absolutely correct, ma'am.
I think it's awful. I can't imagine having to live through this and not knowing where my mother was. That's just unthinkable to me.
It sure is. And I just want to finish here with Alan. Alan, the community is sticking together, but what are your thoughts as a resident here?
Well, everybody's getting a little nervous because it's expanding the time, not a week, 3, 4, 5. And it's difficult because people, when I talk to them, they say, what did the sheriff say this? What did the FBI say that? And they're confused.
Yeah. So a lot of questions here, but as you can see, this group that gathers every morning continuing to weigh in on really how it's impacted their community, tight knit. Something like this really doesn't happen here. And now they hope Nancy will come home. LJ, back to you.
We all hope that. All right. Thanks, Griff.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out how.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So weird. So weird. So weird. Hold on here a minute. So Fox put this out earlier this morning, and I thought this was kind of interesting. Again, we referred to and spoke about Sheriff Ding Dong more than once, okay? And I wondered, and I told you guys, I was talking in Discord to some mods and stuff like that. I wondered, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say that I feel like he's involved in the situation, but it's almost, he's doing things that almost make it look like he's helping them in some weird way. I'm not saying he's doing that on purpose, but that's what's it's coming out like, because I don't believe that he's involved in this, guys, by no means. Okay. But
you're talking about the sheriff?
Yeah, the sheriff, right. So
I just think that's the way he operates.
Right. And then there's people that are within this, they're saying that like he's like playing poker with like the kidnappers.
Yeah.
Like he's playing a game of chess or something. And that's what this is about here. And it's truly what it is, what that he's doing. Like, and he's taking a chance with somebody else's mother, somebody else's life, and hoping that, in my opinion, that he's going to win.
My assessment of that sheriff, and this is just my own personal opinion, just based on, seeing other people like that. But I think he's the kind of guy that like goes to work and works when it's work time and assumes that the right things are being done by the people below him, and he doesn't check, and just kind of winging it, and to me it's just evident because I've heard him say I think probably like 20 times, like,
yeah,
you shouldn't be thinking, you should know, you should be on top of your department and knowing exactly what's going on. So I just think that's the way he is, and that's my take on it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And it comes off looking a certain type of way, and he does. Kim's right. He has said, I think, more times than you can remember, folks, instead of I know, which is what people want to hear from their sheriff. I know this is what this is. I know that is what's going on there. I know this is what's going to happen. Nobody wants to hear somebody in his position say, well, I think that this would be what it would be, or I think that's going to happen. No, there's no trust there, folks, with that. Nobody trusts this guy. Nobody within his own department, nobody around in surrounding areas, nobody. Welcome, Foya. Good to see you.
Yeah, the FBI was complete opposite. Direct answers. Yes, no hemming and hawing.
Right.
Very direct towards they said something directly towards the kidnappers at one of the press conferences. Like, that's what you want to hear.
Yes, ma'am. You want to hear the confidence. And I understand. And I agree with Miss Girl saying this here. Right there. He needed time after his brother's death. His brother died right around the time this happened. And he should have. This is what I was saying. That's fine. I'm so sorry that happened. Step back. Okay? Step back. Go deal with your situation. So on.
Yeah, you get family time off when things like that happen. Like, let someone else. I think it's a case of not wanting to let someone else take over. Sorry, you cut out for a minute.
That's what I mean. And the day after, 100%. Step back from it. Let your department handle it. Put your higher ups, your assistant, your captain, whatever, and go grieve. Do what you should do, okay? Don't be trying to deal with this while dealing with the death of your mother or anyone, okay? That's not. See, that's something I even said with the Idaho 4 case. When Ann Taylor's mom died, I feel like she should have taken a step back and allowed the defense team to do things that she didn't need to do at that point because she wasn't all there.
Yeah, that's true.
You allow the FBI to do it. It's not going to hurt you to step back from one case, Baro. Come on now.
With him, it's like martyr behavior, like I'm going to stress myself out and put myself in a situation that's, I shouldn't be
then
in,
go
so
blame
that
it
I
somebody
can
else.
look good, so I can say I trudged through and I'm
Yep.
here, even though
Yep.
I'm not doing 100%.
Bullseye, Kim. 100%. That's exactly it right there. Excuse me. And it's ridiculous, you guys. Like, it's just ridiculous. Harassing him and family, giving stuff back. An attorney basically on TV demands that he be cleared and left alone. By the way, Lana was a rock star, setting him up with. Oh, you're talking about Carlos? Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get to that too. Welcome, Peter Kofranska. Peter Kofrancesco, I think. I hope I said it right. Welcome. The most significant info they revealed today, there was a Google search of her address back in June and then in January, which fits that this was a yeah. And that is
I
a good
didn't hear
point.
that. Interesting.
That is a very good point. I didn't hear that either. Where did you see that at, Peter? But that points to premeditation, like somebody was planning this for a period of time. They looked into her, set it up. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, Atlanta's amazing for doing that. Welcome, Grace. Good to see you. On we go with this.
Next guest knows all about high-profile missing persons cases. Retired Detective John Bueller investigated the Lacey Peterson case out in California. He joins us live outside of the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson. Good morning to you.
Morning, guys. Thanks for the invite.
Well, thanks for coming on. So the sheriff says they haven't narrowed down any suspect. What do you make of the gun owner saying that the FBI, the sheriff is saying they didn't do this? So I assume it's the FBI that's going to these gun stores in the area to try to see if they're showing them 3 pages of 6 to 8 names on each page and pictures of people asking, have they been in your store? Did they buy a gun that might fit in that holster?
Yeah, I think that's a logical conclusion to draw on what they're doing. They probably looked up prior offenders that have a criminal history that might include violence. And with that, they found the ones that had the same physical age and height and weight. And so they probably combine that into a list of potential suspects. So, of course, when they go to a gun shop that's required to be regulated by federal law, they can get access to the forms that are filled out whenever somebody purchases a handgun or a rifle legally, and look through those and see if they can find somebody that would match on that. Now, it could be completely independent from the sheriff's office. There may be a lot of communication between the FBI and the sheriff's office. Maybe there's a little bit less. Oftentimes, there's so many things to do in an investigation like this that the sheriff might not be able to keep track of everything, because not only does he have this case on his desk, things don't stop here in this county. Everything is still going on. They're still having other crimes. He's got staffing issues, budget issues, personnel issues, and things like that. So he's got a full day every day in addition to this.
Yeah, so John, we've talked a lot about genealogy. Obviously, it was used in Brian Kohlberger's. They went through a third party. They didn't go through, after they checked it through CODIS, they decided to go through that third party site. What do you make of that? And specifically, what DNA do you think is most important? The DNA in the house that they found, that they say is unknown, or on the glove that they found 2 miles away?
Well, Lawrence, I kind of discount the glove thing because there's no way to really link that in unless you have a suspect identified from the foreign DNA that was left in the house. It could have been a glove from something completely unrelated, could have been a maintenance worker or something like that. So without having any way to link the two, I'm not really a big fan of the glove out there. Of course, you're not going to ignore it because that's going to haunt you when you go to trial, when you catch the guy or guys who did this. But the foreign or the DNA that's in the house, that's really the big one. And we can only hope that family members, hopefully a big family, would have gone onto these sites and got their stuff registered and got all their information that they were interested in for recreational reasons or whatever. And now he becomes the victim of their little hobby. So that would be the thing that I'd be hoping for today.
What do you think about the sheriff coming out with his theory? He seems definitive on it, that they knew exactly who she was and what they were going to do when it's a kidnapping. I thought that was an interesting conclusion to come to, especially because they don't tell us a lot from how they got into the house, what they found inside the house. All we saw is the blood on the outside.
Right. Yeah. Pretty tough for them to hide the blood on the outside. That's going to leak out. People are going to hear about that. But they're wise to keep the entry, whether it's forced or allowed, to be kept inside the investigation, because when you apprehend somebody that could be involved in this, that's one of the things you're looking for in your interview is, can they tell you what you already know? So keeping that inside the building here in front of me is a good idea. But when it comes to him saying that it's a burglary, that's a pretty logical conclusion, I would think, because it doesn't seem like it would be a forced entry at night. In this circumstance, she seems to have been targeted because it's just too random for her, of all people, to be picked out like this. So when he says, no, it's not a burglary, well, okay, probably not. The guy's got a full backpack. Usually you come to a burglary with an empty backpack and you leave with a full backpack. Mm-hmm. But the camera provides clues, but it doesn't provide enough. So targeted, yes, I would agree with that. I think all the viewers would probably see that also. Burglary, and not so much, probably there to take her, but it still remains a mystery, at least to us here, is 18 days into this, no real documentation that she's still okay, no documentation of a picture of her with something like a newspaper and a demand note for ransom and things like that. That's the one thing that's difficult. Now, when you look at cases like this, ransom kidnappings in America are fairly rare. There's child abduction for domestic violence situations and things like that, and divorces. But an actual kidnapping for a ransom is a pretty rare thing in law enforcement. So this is one of those things that law enforcement doesn't deal with that often. So the FBI working with the county down here, good thing. Now we're just waiting for that break. And they might be sitting on it. There might be a break that they're not releasing that we don't know about.
So, John, in that interview with the sheriff, additional cameras were there at the home, and the sheriff says the video is currently in the hands of Google. So hopefully we'll get those. Now, until you have a suspect, what do you think about the sheriff dismissing the theories?
Well, his public dismissal of theories is, a tactic that maybe he's using, and maybe he's trying to dismiss those because he knows more than we do, obviously. And so I don't put too much in that. He's wise to not release much information on this, but it makes it really difficult to come up with some conclusions. I got a feeling they're scratching their head on some of this, but at the same time, they're also working on a ton of leads that have come in. And the problem with those leads is mixed in with them randomly, and you don't know where they are false tips, false leads put in there by pranksters and people that want to be a part of this. And so they have to sift through those. Now, the FBI has a pretty effective way to prioritize leads that come in. I would assume they're probably using that in this case. And they have experienced investigators that are able to prioritize those leads and give them out to the individual detectives that are on the ground working this thing. But when the sheriff says something, I take it with a grain of salt. He can't be totally upfront about everything because he's going to tip his hand, kind of like if he was playing poker.
And again, why are they not forcing proof of life to be shown? Like, I think that would be like the number one, the most important thing, unless they already know. You know what I mean? That's the only way I could imagine they're not. And reason why, Fiji, that's a good question, or good point.
How do you force it, though?
Well, that's, I guess, yeah. As I said it, I was thinking the same thing.
Well, I mean, they could be insisting on it more. They could be,
or at least
really pounding that fact,
Yeah. They haven't said a word about that, Kim, and since like what, week 1?
I feel like, was it there? So the family came out with one message. Then I think the brother did his own. And then when they came out with their second family message, is that the one where like their tone kind of turned? And that's when I felt like they know she's not around anymore. To me, that's what it seemed like.
I agree. Welcome, Justice Jane. I agree with you. That's what the tone sounded like, more sad, more exasperated, for lack of, you know what I mean?
And that's when she said, "We got your message and we understand."
We understand, yeah.
And the whole thing about returning her so we can celebrate her or with her, or however she worded it. Yeah.
Yep. And that's very important to us. So, or that's very, what was the word she used? I can't remember, but it was along that same lines. Yeah.
Like, and valuable or something.
Yep. That's very valuable to us. Thank you. So it makes you think at that point, they know she's deceased. And they could have sent her something like, look, we're sorry. This is not what our plan was. Your mother has passed away. I don't know if something happened, whatever, so on and so forth. But, we would still like to be able to get her back to you, but we do need this money, blah, 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 or something along those lines. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it makes you wonder. And that one letter that was, or whatever it was that was sent, the final one, I think it was, Dear Savannah. That, in my opinion, was personal. It sounded personal. Like that's not something that a mean, horrible person is going to send, at least not in my opinion, to say, we have your mother, so on and so forth. It was more like, Dear Savannah, because at the beginning of this, I thought the ransom was the reason. Then I thought, no, the ransom that's not money. Then when that letter came out or whatever it was to Savannah, I thought this is towards Savannah personally. Now I'm back to the point where I think it's money. I don't even know. And that video that was put out from the last one that Savannah put out on Instagram, Juror 13, I was told that video was directed at a specific female individual. I don't know if that's an absolute fact or not, but that's what I was told. And when I was doing my little investigative thing here, and we came up with Kayla Day and Lucas Daly and all that stuff, I wonder, and then come to find out Kayla Day is related to the Guthries. I wondered if she knows and she knew, and if she was speaking directly to Kayla when she said that. The way she said that, you're not alone, we're here. It's never too late, to rely on the decent side of you and stuff like that. It's weird. And that, yeah.
I was listening to another show that went a little bit further with that whole chain of people with the Kayla Day thing. Like, were you going to talk about that? I don't have to do it right now.
No, go ahead. Please do. Please do.
Because immediately when we learned Kayla was arrested with Luke, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I think it's just natural to think a woman and a man are together in a car. You think, oh, they're boyfriend, girlfriend. They're, connected that way. But people are saying she is married to a guy named William.
I haven't seen that.
So, I got to go back and dig and see if that has been really verified or not. But you would think that's something you could find online.
Yeah,
like
I guess
someone's
so.
marital status. And the guy she's married to, it seems like if this whole connection is Kayla is supposedly married to a guy named William. And William and that Zach, the Zach that got connected to the car, the used car lot for the Range Rover.
Zach Jahoob. Yes.
Yeah. This William worked as a car salesman.
Right.
And they've all been in trouble for drugs and pending cases, and it's almost like a keep your mouth shut kind of threat.
Then they just said that there were multiple people involved in this, so they could all be involved and came up with this whole plot to get all this money, and then they were gonna just get the hell out of Dodge and disappear. That's interesting, Kim. That makes a lot of sense.
It's a theory, just a theory that's out there online that people have been looking into. Yeah,
it makes and I'm telling you, I'm positive, at least on my end of things, that Kayla, Lucas, and Zach are all involved in this. So add William to the picture. Okay, I mean that makes some sense too, and I still believe, I know some people don't think that she's in Mexico. I think that people took her to Mexico. And I saw somewhere that they had found Nancy's DNA in the back of the
Range Rover.
The Range Rover, yes. So, people can get it crossed. That's fine. And come back. And that may be why they think maybe they did catch that thing going over the border. And if these people,
well, that's one of the things he does. He's a human, like he smuggles people over the border.
And there you go. That would make perfect sense. People know how to do this without being caught or being lighten up the radar for anything. You know what I mean?
Say allegedly.
Of course, everything is allegedly. Let me see something here. So this video was sent to me. It was sent to somebody else first, and then I think Senior Wazowski has it too. One sent it to me.
Look at Kat K's comment, not the most recent one, the one above.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. Oop. All right, hold on. Let me get.
Luke has hired an attorney.
Oh, did he? Surprise.
She said, according to JLR.
He probably.
That's telling. That's telling.
Yeah, that's very telling. Where's Kayla? I have not seen her. Or she was arrested on the 12th. That's right. She's arrested on the 12th and went to jail. I'd like
and
to
did you without bond? They're saying so.
Without bond, yeah.
Yeah, like so. Was she out on bond and like missed a hearing or something? I think that's being speculated. So then they were arrested her, and now she's in there. I don't
Very
know.
plausible. Yes, ma'am. I like to know more about these people.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, because I'm telling you, the Lucas is the guy we see on camera. That's him. I'm convinced. Between the tattoo and the facial overlays and stuff we've seen, that's him as far as I'm concerned. I'm sold on that one. I'm done. Yeah. She had a warrant. I heard she was on the run, so that could be why, Kim, that she had a warrant. They picked her up on the warrant. Boom.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that makes sense. I know, Lucy. I know. Shut up, don't say anything, and ask for an attorney.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So let's check this video out here, guys. Again, I don't know what this is. Welcome back, SRB. Good to see you. I don't know what this is. One said it was sent to him. I don't know how many people have or seen this, but I'm curious because I haven't seen it yet. Okay. Thank you, Christina.
Oh, yeah. This is the one that looks like he was practicing, right?
You so much ass.
I guess.
Yeah, I gotta.
It's from 5 days ago. I've never seen this before. Does anybody know where this is? Oh, okay. A recently surfaced video is raising concerns in the ongoing search for Nancy's kidnappers. Footage was recorded by a doorbell cam in Tucson.
You so much ass.
Depicting a man with this distinct goatee who approached the camera in a seemingly suspicious manner 1 week prior to Nancy's abduction. This unsettling encounter has prompted investigators to re-examine the footage as they look for leads in the case. The appearance of the suspect at this specific time raises questions about oh my God, with that Cardi B thing, his connections to the crime. How does this evidence fit into the case? Interesting. How do I get that off of the screen now? Damn it.
Rewind. Like drag the button.
Okay. And where's the more?
Oh, you got it to scroll. There you go.
There we go. So I guess, yeah, it does. I guess it kind of looks like he's practicing something.
I think it looks like
Luke. Looks like Luke Daly to me.
It does.
When he swings his head around,
mm-hmm.
He's got a very particularly like round face and head. When he comes around, guys, I'm telling you, that's him too.
You cannot tell me this is your bright idea for blocking a camera. Like what?
It's stupid, but that's him. That's Lucas Daly as far as I'm concerned.
A porch pirate, yeah.
Right.
You so much ass.
So much ass. Thank you, Cardi B. That's it. That's crazy, you guys. That's wild. It looks to me like the shape of his features. I know that's crazy to say, but
there's screenshots you can find online too. That photo is
has learned
blown up and everything to look at it closer.
Right, right. Backpack clues emerge. What? Digital evidence. Clear clues emerge in Tucson. Just trying to find the new stuff, guys. Oh yeah, this is I don't. Did we watch this already? No, this just came out 26 minutes ago. It said.
I think there was definite casing of that neighborhood. But then it makes it seem random. So I don't know. Or did they do that on purpose to make it seem random?
If there was
that's
casing,
smart.
That's a good point too. Damn it. But remember, they said that there was a white van, and they're talking about people looked her up back in January and so on and so forth. So I mean, I guess that would be definitely, out there, premeditated. So I don't think that's random at that point, but I guess it does look that way in some aspects.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's both things are true. She's targeted, but then they're doing these decoy things.
Right. Interesting.
Strategy for investigators in Arizona as they try to find Nancy Guthrie and her alleged abductor. The FBI says it's now using genetic genealogy with the DNA collected at Guthrie's home. It's a method that proved critical in tracking down Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger. Our chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt, live outside the Pima County Sheriff's Department with the latest. Jonathan?
And with the FBI hitting a dead end so far, at least in terms of hits on that DNA in their criminal database, they are indeed turning to genetic genealogy. We had a fascinating conversation today, John, with the CEO of Othram, probably the leading analysis company in the United States. They contributed to finding Bryan Kohberger. They also helped find the killer of...
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me play that back again.
Analysis company in the United States. They contribute, turning to genetic genealogy. We had a fascinating conversation today, John, with the CEO of Othram.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? Oh my God.
Any chance they can get. They want to make this the norm.
They're trying hard. Lucy, I'm with you. I'll take me with you if you go. I went off this planet. I knew it, you guys.
Not be your first. This should not be the go-to evidence.
This is so lazy and so ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I knew it. God, I know. Sometimes I don't like to be right about things, I don't. Sick of these people. I agree with you, Chris. What a joke.
Probably the leading analysis company in the United States. They contributed to finding Bryan Kohberger. They also helped find the killer of Rachel Marin. You'll remember that awful case up in Maryland. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant. So I asked David Mittelman, the CEO, what happens when the FBI hits a dead end with CODIS and they bring in a company like Othram? Here he is.
Anyone on Earth that has DNA could be the suspect. And then as soon as you start doing additional DNA testing, you may learn the biological sex of the person. You may learn their biogeographical origins. Are they likely to be from the States? Or are they likely to be international? And then you can continue to narrow in, do they belong to a major family group?
Meg, I know. I agree. Meg said this at the very beginning of the show when I brought it up, and I said, guys, watch. They're going to go to Othram and they're going to send it over there. And that's when you said it's so weird how they sent this back from Florida and said, no, it's got to go through Arizona first. I kind of starting to wonder if this was already there, to be honest with you. I agree.
His last name is Middleman, like a middleman.
Yeah. I'm with you on this one. He does look like Stephen Stern. That's creepy. Very creepy, Lucy. This is crazy, you guys. This is crazy. So I agree with you, Meg. It probably was.
Can you find a relative?
So Middleman also tells me that speed is absolutely of the essence here, because every time you test DNA, you get a little less that is available for further testing. And DNA, like so many other things, degrades over time. So they've got to get involved quickly. As for whether Othram is directly involved in this case, neither we nor they are at liberty to confirm that at this point. Meantime, the sheriff talking to us is vowing to bring justice, however long it takes, for Nancy Guthrie and her family. Listen to Sheriff Nanos here.
In your gut, on your decades of law enforcement, how long is this going to take?
I have no clue. I know this. I know that I have a team that every...
I think, where's Molly at? We need to clip this right here.
I have no clue.
That's what we need to clip. Because that's him. That's him. He has no clue.
I know this. I know that I have a team that every minute of the day is out there working hard. What I do know is we won't quit.
Welcome, Turkey Creek. Good to see ya. I agree with you, 1-1. The Othram takeover is real. Damn.
We're going to keep after you. We will find you. A day. There's no clue.
It's going to take.
I have no clue.
Is this going to take?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
You heard him say it there. I would Othram need to rerun the DNA. Why would they use the profile already generated and run CSV through IgG? That's an interesting question. What's up, Chihuahuas and crime? I'm glad that you get it, Penny. I don't want to be negative. My eyes have been wide. Welcome, Grace. This is nuts, folks. This is absolutely nuts. I hate to be negative, or I hate to say this, but I'm glad that I have less years ahead to live than I have behind me. I get it, Grace. I do. I'm dead scared for my grandkids and my children, to be honest to God with you. No lie. I really am. Yeah, I'm going to go to that next, Wade Bird. Thank you.
I know this. I know that I have a team that every minute of the day is out there working hard. What I do know is we won't quit. We're going to keep after you. We will find you, and we'll find Nancy.
But time, of course, John, is not on Nancy Guthrie's side. John?
So just clear something up for Jonathan, if you would. So they assume that she's been kidnapped, but other than the initial ransom letters, which didn't seem to lead anywhere, there's been no indication that somebody's holding her and wants money for her?
No indication that they're sharing with us, John. Now, of course, there could be a lot they are not sharing with us, but they've never 100% said that those initial ransom notes were authentic. So at this point, John, we simply do not know. We hope they've got a lot more that they're not sharing with us, but we don't know the answer to that at this point, John.
Well, let's hope, because publicly they don't seem to have a whole lot. Jonathan Hunt for us. John, thank you. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Jillian?
All right, well, Fox News contributor Josh Ritter is a former prosecutor. He's got more than 2 decades of experience. He is on the ground in Tucson, taking a look at this case for us. Josh, here's something that caught my eye that the sheriff also said yesterday. It was a message to the perp. He said, just let her go, meaning Nancy Guthrie. It'll work out better for you in the long run. Take her to a park, take her to the hospital, just let her go. Is that true? Would this potentially work out better in the legal system for the perp in a potential trial if he sort of let go of her now?
See, that statement makes me think or wonder if law enforcement either knows or believes that she's still alive.
Well, it's certainly better than if he harms her. And I think that was kind of the plea, is that, listen, this doesn't have to end in a complete disaster with lives lost. And that if you still have her and you can bring her back safely, then yes, the answer is
But
it is going to be
Josh,
better
don't we
from
know
a legal
that
perspective.
sorry to interrupt, but don't we know that he harmed her, considering her blood was found on the scene?
No, absolutely. I think that's definitely a conclusion that we can draw. But I think
welcome to the Sauce Turkey Creek. Great to have you as part of our family. Thank you so much for joining us.
if he harms her to the point of killing her, now we're talking about the death penalty. You're talking about a kidnapping, perpetrating a murder. Now you're talking about the death penalty. Is there an argument to be made that perhaps he could be spared that if he brings her back alive? I think hopefully, I think more than anything, the message being sent is that they're still looking to that she's alive and that they're looking to bring her back alive. And to your point, though there was evidence of some sort of violence at the house, apparently not enough. We don't know much about what the condition of inside the home was, but apparently there was not evidence for them to conclude that her life was in fact taken at the time that she was apprehended. So everyone remains hopeful.
We learned from the sheriff yesterday there are 400 investigators working this case. That number certainly surprised me, but I am no expert. I'm curious to hear what you make of that number. And it's undoubtedly the right thing for the Guthrie family. I wonder if that is great news for the other thousands of kidnapping victims who remain at large throughout the United States, and what you make of this in terms of, allocation of resources.
Yeah, well, it is a tremendous allocation of resources, and it is something that you don't see. It's not common at all to dedicate that many FBI agents, law enforcement agents to this type of a search. But I think it's also showing you how vast this search has become. There's several avenues of investigation. There's a team hunting down the backpack. There's a team hunting down the potential gun. There's a team working on the DNA. There's a team working on the, trying to find her pacemaker. There's a lot of resources with those 400 people. All of them are working tirelessly, and that's how vast this investigation has become.
Is it the right allocation of resources? Would you allocate that many investigators, if it was up to you, to a missing 84-year-old when there are thousands of children missing today?
You make an excellent point. Many people are asking that. Listen, people go missing every single day. You don't see this type of attention. I think obviously there's, we know why this got the kind of attention that it did because of her connection to Savannah Guthrie and the president taking a personal interest in it himself. I don't know if there's a good answer to that, but I also know that they're trying to bring back someone alive.
All right, Josh, we got to let you go now, but thank you so much for taking time with us yet again today. We appreciate it. Learning more from you every day. John?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Any thoughts on that, Miss Kim?
There were good comments in the chat.
I do have
no.
No? Okay. I do have another. They interviewed Dan Bongino again about the cooperation within this situation and how horrible it is. By the way, welcome Lizzie Turtleball. It's good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us.
I love these names.
I love her name. Yeah, Lizzie Turtleballs. It's trying to combine the devil's advocates with the meatballs. I love it. You guys are awesome. And I thought this was interesting.
Oh, Bronx Tales is the turtles, right?
Yes. Yeah, devil turtle balls. Is that what that's? Or no, what did it say? Lizzie
Turtle.
That's it. Yeah.
Lizzie Turtle balls.
Meatballs, turtles, and yeah, it's hilarious. I love it. Love it, love it. For those of you that are not familiar, Dan Bongino used to be the deputy director for the FBI. He's put a lot of statements in on this recently too. I'm sure he is too, Foya. I'm sure he is too.
Sheriff now says it could take months or even years to solve this case. And
years, folks, years. Can you imagine? Like I'll tell you exactly what I think is going to happen. I still believe this.
is now complaining about the exhausting investigation. Here with reaction, former Deputy Director of the FBI, Fox News contributor Dan Bongino. I think the year that you spent as the Deputy FBI Director, we talked once or twice about the fact that you worked Saturday and Sunday and all night, and then, got no sleep doing that job. I didn't particularly like that comment. Why would he say we may not find out for a year from now? That bothered me.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would say that. I mean,
That should bother you.
it really destroys the morale of the people busting their ass to try to get this perp to say things like that. And Sean, listen, the cooperation here has not been spectacular. I mean, the decision to send this DNA sample to a private lab was just disastrous. I mean, I'm not telling you that this is this never happens. It does happen. The problem is the FBI does not typically accept DNA once the sample is properly processed from private labs. It has to be typically an accredited forensics lab. So what you're looking at now is another delay, as the private lab will likely have to send it back to Arizona to submit it into CODIS. So it was just unnecessary. I don't see what this sheriff, and again, in the Monday morning quarterbacking, whatever, we're trying to find an 84-year-old lady, who was the subject of an unspeakable tragedy, it appears at this point. What the hell, man? I mean, just send it to the FBI lab. Why introduce another variable you don't need in this?
We're learning a lot about the FBI's capability. We wouldn't have that doorbell video but for the FBI getting involved. And it's even worse than that, Dan. I have friends at the FBI, and they were very clear to me, although they didn't really want me to talk about it early on when this case broke out, that they were purposely pushing the FBI out of the way. And they felt like, no, we can handle this. Well, they can handle it. They don't have the capability that the FBI does. For example, I would imagine that this helicopter-mounted signal sniffer and their ability to do AI reverse lighting and their ability to work with Google and recover that videotape that has been probably the best piece of evidence, the biggest break we've had, all came from the FBI, didn't it?
Yeah, I really wish that blue fly technology would not have gotten out there. I don't know where that came from. I know a lot of people in the FBI are not happy that got out there, but that should not have gotten out there. That is not the kind of tech you want to expose to the public. But once it's out there, and then it's just open season. But here's the difference. Having been a police officer with the NYPD and worked with the FBI and the Secret Service at the federal level, it's not a better or worse thing. I want to be clear. The cops on the street, the homicide investigators on the street who've interviewed 20 or 30 murderers are the best and the best of the best. I'll take them over some of our own agents at times. We have TFOs, task force officers. We have a guy in Miami. He's been down there 38 years. He's works for the Miami PD. The guy's amazing. I'll take him 10 out of 10 times. But when it comes to technical expertise, the FBI has this specialization of labor where that is exactly what those people do, and it's only what they do. You're not out there investigating a robbery one day, like say a deputy or a police officer, and then next day, a missing, and then the next day, another. You're doing one thing. You have FBI specialists who look specifically at CODIS processing, DNA processing. Then you have others in OTD and our lab division, the technical folks. That's all they do. They look at specific things. You have people in our digital enhancement video teams that's all they do is enhance digital video. So it's not a better or worse thing at all. It's just a matter of specialization of labor. And that's why it doesn't make any sense that this sheriff out there is not taking advantage of specific taxpayer-funded laboratory technologies that the FBI specializes in. It makes zero sense.
How is it that Harvey Levin, who I've known for many years, many decades,
because he's getting a kickback from Othram to use them for it, in my opinion, allegedly,
has 4 emails from a guy claiming to know the whereabouts, and he just wants the money to give the information up because he feels he's going to have to go into hiding. That's what he said initially. How is it 4 separate emails with a Bitcoin account attributed to each one, the same account? How come we can't find that person based on that email or the 4 emails now?
That is my question. I've said that I don't know how many times. Why can the FBI not find who this guy is up to the 4th email before Harvey even got the 5th one? Why can they not find this guy based on his email? This
That's
is the
what I
FBI.
said.
I don't. Right. It doesn't make
In
any sense.
18 days. Come on.
Exactly. Do you think they know who it is, Kim, or do you think that the person has covered their tracks? And do you think they know who it is? I should say, let me rephrase this. Do you think they know who it is and they're burying it for right now? Or do you think that he's really like hidden himself that well?
I think they have to know. I think they have to be able to crack that.
I agree.
Now, why aren't they making an arrest?
Yep.
Maybe it's because they want to find Nancy first.
And that's what I was wondering, is if they're worried that if they go for him, that something bad will happen to her. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That's I wonder too.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Crazy. Kidnapping is federal if they cross state lines, country lines. Yeah. Maybe that is why they are there, so it doesn't take longer to mobilize. That's a good point, Angie. Good point. It confirms Kayla's relation. Yes.
Oh, interesting, Christina. Thank you.
With what? Did she make another comment too, or are you just going on that one there?
About the family tree.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Did I miss it? I must have missed it. Oh, right there.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you and Dago. Oh, did you send it in email? Let me play this. I'll go look for it real quick.
Well, we're assuming they haven't. I don't want to make that assumption. And there's a couple other assumptions built into this as well. Listen, I live by Occam's razor, right? Keep it simple, stupid. I try not to assume too much. There's a lot of assumptions built in it. There's an assumption that that's connected to the case. It may be, it may not. I don't know that. Maybe this guy is just, playing TMZ. I don't know. Supposedly he has some information that they weren't found elsewhere. I'm not saying that that's the case. Maybe it's not related. Maybe it is. But the FBI is not, at least when I was there, and I know with Cash there now, they're not in the habit of turning down information. If Harvey Levin or TMZ has information and they can get it and pass it off to the FBI, sometimes there's chain of custody issues with things like that when it comes to evidence and other things. But we're not in the process of turning down tips. They'll take it from anyone. And if the information turns out to, have a spine to it, then great. I mean, no one's interested in credit. Who cares about credit? Let's just find this woman or find the perp and get this thing solved.
What do you make of the sheriff putting out that statement saying, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in the case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in the case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it's cruel. Is it usually the habit of law enforcement? Go ahead.
Yeah, I see a couple different scenarios here. Number one, maybe the family all have airtight alibis. I know they were looked at. I'm sure of. They were looked into. So scenario one, they have airtight alibis. Scenario two, they maybe have an informant. I noticed that some of these people who were detained and some of the vehicles that were looked at and some of the raids that were conducted, again, assuming the obvious, there may be an informant on this who had some information, someone who may have been locked up earlier. So he was able to eliminate the family. There's a couple different scenarios. Or the third scenario is they have potentially a subject in mind. Was it wise to put that out there at this point in the investigation? I'm not sure, but it's easy for me to say I'm not running the investigation right now. However, that's a pretty bold statement to put out there given the circumstances, unless you had that background information I already talked about. And if that's the case, then he's right. I'm dealing with some variables. I don't know, some unknowns.
Oh, and 90% of the time it ends up being somebody related to or close to the individual that's a victim. By the way, great to have you back in the Fox family. Glad that you're back on the airway.
You mean like a niece? A great niece? Sure. That would make sense, wouldn't it now? Jesus. All right. Thank you, Christina. I did receive that email. So real quick here. You still there, Miss Kim?
I am.
Gotcha.
Do you have the video of the
Carlos?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for right now.
Okay.
Uh,
Someone said a network.
ABC, I think
interview.
it was. That's what I'm looking for. Carlos, how do you say it? Pronounce
It
it?
starts with a P. P-A-L-A.
Palazuela. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you, Kim. I didn't even know they did this.
Someone said ABC 15 Arizona.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Wade Bird.
Thank you, Wade Bird. Oh no, that was 7 days ago. ABC 15. Let's go that way.
I am freezing again.
I seen you grab a blanket like you was cold earlier.
I'm just free. It's because it's because I'm not feeling good.
Oh Lord. You sound like you're maybe you weren't feeling that well.
Yeah. I've been fighting it all day, trying to ignore it.
I hope you're not. Yeah, I try that too. And that seems like it works for a day or so. And then bam, you get hit like a brick.
Yeah.
I hope you don't have it because it's not fun. All right, let's check this out.
Carlos, we spoke, I guess it was late last Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning. It's been almost a week now. What's the last week been like for you?
It's been hectic. Like I can't even go out. I can't dash for my wife because people taking pictures of us or following us. Like yesterday, we went out dashing, we got home, and there was this red truck following us. This morning it was there too. So it's been kind of scary for me and for my wife, my kids, and everybody.
And again, this was something that before that point, it was kind of just a normal Tuesday. Is that what it was like?
Yeah, it was a normal Tuesday. It was my day off. I was working with my wife and everything, and all of a sudden, well, it happened. Like they were following me, and I pulled them over to see what was going on. And after that, it's been crazy, like nonstop. We're all scared. I can't stop thinking like what's gonna happen to me. What's gonna happen? Like my in-law, my brother-in-law, we didn't even have nothing to do with it, and they still arrested him and everything. They put him into SWAT car. I didn't know that. They put him into SWAT car. They even detained my wife and my kids. It was scary.
When did you realize? Obviously, they released you late at night. You know, we talked to you very briefly, and you got to go home and see kind of a circus out there. It looked like.
Yeah.
What's going through your head when you pulled up back home?
Like, what are they doing at the house? Like, they already searched it. I know they had to go find evidence supposedly against me, but I don't know. It was crazy. It was still a lot of police there, a lot of activity. They didn't even let us go into the house. Like 20 minutes later, once they released me, they still had the street blocked off. They didn't even get off the car or nothing.
Jesse, what comes next year?
Well, I think, from our perspective, the first thing that really needs to happen is that the Pima County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Nanos need to clear Carlos's name. They need to make this right. They've falsely arrested an innocent man. They've subjected his family to misery, humiliation, handcuffs, and there's no evidence.
Wow.
This was a wrongful arrest. It was a false arrest. They've cast this shadow of suspicion on Carlos and his family. And now they're living day to day, they're living in fear. And so the first thing that I'd like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, Carl, this was a mistake.
Yeah, they haven't done that yet.
Not a person of interest. He is not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to
say that one again, Kim.
They haven't done that yet. They have
Which-
not come out publicly, the law enforcement, and say he is cleared.
They're not-
So is he
they're-
not cleared?
Well, there was a statement made by, I can't remember who it was, but it was related to law enforcement, other than the statement Sheriff Ding Dong made about Annie, Savannah, Cameron, and Tommaso, that nobody else has been cleared.
That's
the
right.
statement.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe they're still looking. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're not cleared, dude. I mean, I don't
Right.
know.
That could be why. You know what I'm saying? They've not said
Yeah.
100% like specifically that Carlos Valenzuela has been cleared of the situation. So maybe they think there's a link somewhere with him. I don't know, you guys, but
Someone said they still have his cell phone.
I heard that too, that they still have his phone, and that somebody else sent me an email saying that they think it's him. They're holding his phone because they're waiting for him to get calls to his phone or something from the
Oh.
That's what I was told, but I don't know that that's true.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe this lawyer's jump. I don't know. I don't know if I have a comment.
I don't know either.
Oh, he talks about that in the interview. Okay, we'll let it play.
They just said the all family, including cousins. And oh, really? Unless they're, I must have missed it. Unless,
Let me see. I'll check Twitter.
yeah, unless they're just saying, they could be saying that if they're looking at Kayla, if she may not be involved at all, you guys. But if they
Right.
could have said that so that she doesn't get suspicious of anything too. But it could be Lucy, pointing that out. It's probably true. They say everyone's cleared, then sit back and see if anyone that's kind of what I was thinking too, Senor. Maybe, but who knows?
mistake. Carlos is not a person of interest. He is not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability. Obviously, my hope is they're doing the best they can with their investigation. I don't know what the details of what they're doing are in that respect. That's not my department, but they need to clear Carlos because right now he and his family are going through a nightmare.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but I'm pretty sure that this guy here, that Lana from Truth and Transparency, sent Carlos to this guy's firm to help him get an attorney. So,
Oh, listen to this. This is from Brian Enton. It was 49 minutes ago. I've learned polygraphs have been performed to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case.
Okay, got you. I probably didn't hear that part of it, Lucy. I'm sorry. Some of this stuff goes back past when I'm writing things or like not completely focused. So my apologies. Waiting for perpetrators to get sloppy. So I wonder who they're clearing then with that. Maybe it is this other people. Maybe that was, you know what I mean? I don't know. I do miss things sometimes, you guys. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't only use a polygraph for that, though. They don't allow them in court.
No, and you need to be doing some other background look, like checking and
Mhm.
things on that other than just that. You know what I mean?
Where they look out the window and there are suspicious cars driving past their home. They don't know what's next. And so, it's just clear that whatever mistakes were made, Sheriff Nanos and Pima County need to fess up and they need to clear Carlos so that his family can begin rebuilding and moving on.
And we asked the sheriff that even just this morning, and he said everyone they detained, because there was another person detained last Friday, right? And they said they were cleared to a point, was his wording. Has there been any evidence presented here? I know they mentioned their search warrants, right? And it's not just them searching willy-nilly, but from what you've seen and what you've heard, is there evidence here that makes this?
No, there's no evidence whatsoever. our understanding is that they obtained the search warrant they obtained that allowed them to search Carlos's vehicle and his family's property through the use of a secret affidavit. As far as we know, that affidavit is sealed and remains sealed. And, our suspicion, our educated suspicion, is that this has something to do with cell phone pings, which everybody knows are unreliable. And, it's their job to come forward and say what evidence they have is. The fact that they went after Carlos so hard and then let him go, and it's obvious that they had the wrong guy. It's obvious that they messed up, and they need to actually say the obvious, though. They need to repair the damage they've caused.
Carlos, when did you realize?
See, with all of that being said, it makes me wonder if they do still think maybe he might be involved somehow. That's wild.
That your name had your name, your family's name, it spread over the internet really quickly.
Thank you, Meg.
Yeah, that same night, I noticed, like, as soon as I did the interview, I went inside. My wife was on the phone, and on TikTok, the news everywhere. It was like that. Like less than an hour, everybody knew what was going on. We were my mom, my dad. My dad's backstory wasn't. They were trying to, how do you say that was my dad that did it when it was like I was detained, and they brought his past life back, and like it's, I don't know.
And it's not just, it's bad enough if you're accused of something you didn't do and it's a minor crime, a burglary or something like that. They pretty much accused you
kidnapping
of at that point, and still probably maybe the most famous crime going on the planet right now.
Yeah. And I want to know why.
When you mentioned that night that, you weren't necessarily mad at the deputies that they're doing their job. They were, you want them to find whoever did this, but obviously they had the wrong guy here, right? Does that still how you feel?
Yeah, I'm frustrated that they didn't do a good job at it. They just went with supposedly a tip they had, but they could have done things differently. They could have walked to me and asked, like, hey, where were you there? Where were you? But they didn't. They did force. They used force, and I felt like I was being kidnapped.
And again, we talked about it that night, but this case has gotten a lot of attention, and that's why it went so kind of famous on the internet. But up to that point, you hadn't heard anything about this case?
Nah.
Didn't know who Nancy Guthrie was?
Nah, all I do is work and be with my kids and my wife. I don't follow the news. It's something for me that I don't like.
So never something you wanted to be thrown in the middle of here?
No, and I'm here.
What's it been like? I know you've had conversations with your kids and your wife and the rest of your family just in the last week. What have you guys talked about?
Well, they're mostly worried about me, like what's gonna happen to me, because like my lawyer said, they haven't apologized publicly, or they haven't said I'm not a person of interest or anything. They just left it like that. So we're still worried. My in-laws are still worried too, like what's gonna happen. And my brother-in-law too said my oldest son doesn't even want to go to school. But we're still trying to get through this.
It's gonna be tough too for your kids. Just going to school. It's up into their life too. It's not just yours. Yeah. Has there been any conversation and I don't know if it's for you, Jesse, or not, but has the sheriff's department reached out at all privately? We haven't heard really much publicly, but has there been any contact since then?
No. So we've notified the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the Pima County Attorney that we represent Carlos, but they've taken no steps to contact us to clear the air. We requested the return of his property. The only thing that was seized during the search was Carlos's phone, which has his driver's license as part of the case, and they still haven't returned that, or as part of the phone case. They still haven't returned that. We think we're in the process of making arrangements to have that returned as of Friday, but it's very hard. When we've reached out to them, it seems like it's very disorganized. It's very hard to figure out who's in charge over there. And, my number one concern right now is that in all of this rush to judgment that's happened, that They just don't want to take accountability and admit that they did wrong.
You know, and I know you don't follow the news, but they had another person detained. It looks like they towed another car. I know they didn't tow your car, but they towed another car on Friday night. And this may be for both of you, but when you watch that and they already did it once to you, and it looks like it's happening again to somebody else, I mean, what does that make you think? What goes through your head when you see that?
I think they're just guessing. It's a guessing game to them. They don't. I don't know. They're just playing with people's lives right at this point. If they don't have no evidence against anybody, how are they going to keep on doing this stuff to innocent people?
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know, but it kind of worries you as a person, right? If doing this to just kind of willy-nilly into anybody, who's next?
It should be a big deal to people, no matter what their political stripe, that the government has this power to come in, cast a cloud of suspicion on somebody, destroy lives, and then retreat and act like it never happened, and give statements like, well, everybody's been cleared to a point. That's not enough. It's meaningless. They don't have evidence. They made a mistake, and they need to come forward and admit it.
Will your life ever be the same?
I don't know. At this point, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be the same. Like he said, they cast a cloud on me, like big time news and everything. I don't know if it's going to be the same.
Alfonso, anything in your mind? Anything else I should have asked you, or anything else you want to make sure we hit on before? I always hate making you drive all this way and then we talk for 10 minutes and I send you on your way, but I think that was perfect and you said it very well. So
yeah.
I'm good as long as.
I think Carlos just wants to be done with this.
I can imagine. I didn't realize too that they still haven't gotten the phone back.
No.
Yeah.
No word from the police. No, nothing. They, like you said, they haven't reached out to me or to him to apologize. Nothing.
Well, I'm sorry you guys are all having to go through this, and I hope it all calms down soon here.
And they wonder why people have no respect for the law, the judicial system, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you don't just rip somebody off the street, go in their house, destroy their house, don't apologize, don't fix shit, don't do nothing, and just walk up. You can go now. Like that's so wrong. I'm sorry. It's so wrong.
And I agree with FOIA. We know this, but most of the public doesn't realize they didn't sneak up on him and pull him over. He figured out he was getting followed.
Yep.
And he went up to them.
Exactly. He wanted to know why they were following him. 100%.
Right, what's going on? He didn't try to flee. It's not like he knew why they would be following him and take off and try to get away from them.
And that's the difference right there, because he had no clue why this person is following him. And he had, if I understand correctly, didn't he have his child in the car with him, or one of his children, and his wife possibly as well?
His wife, and I don't know if one or two kids. Yeah.
But yeah, so that would make me nervous too, finding out somebody's following me. Of course, I would do the same thing, because you don't know what's going on. And I don't blame him. And then so they detain him from I think he said from 4 to midnight. They let his kids and his wife go home around 6 or something like that. Then they serve a warrant. They destroy his entire house. Okay. And don't even there's no financial compensation. No, we're sorry, sending somebody over to clean up their mess. I mean, this is bullshit, folks. That shouldn't be this way at all. Yeah, Marana to Rio Rico. And he's a delivery driver. That's what he does. So, it's ridiculous.
Wait, but he was door dashing. How far away is Marana from Rio Rico?
Is an hour.
He was door dashing. So if they were following him the whole time.
Yeah. I think he does deliveries, like for a delivery service, that he drives out and around, like Marana.
Oh, so maybe they started out that way while he was doing that job, and then he got home, and then he started to DoorDash. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she said they were pinging his phone and following him.
As they were following him. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I just hope they get the person and be done. Right now, I'm everywhere right now. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't hide.
Yeah.
What they did after what they did to me, I don't plan on staying quiet. It's not right. Like he said, it's the federal the FBI. How could they be so inaccurate with their evidence and all that? Like, I don't know. It was wrong the way they acted.
Wow. It's hard to believe they kept you there all that time.
Well, they had me in the Miranda car first.
Yeah, okay.
That was like until 4, 5, 6, until like 8 at night. That's when the Pima County Sheriff replaced the Miranda.
So they stopped you at what, 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
And then it was 12:30 or 12 that we went
Almost
outside?
1 in the morning.
Almost 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Did it feel like that long when you're sitting there?
That felt longer. Yeah, and then being handcuffed with your hands behind your back when supposedly you're just detained.
Ooh.
I don't know. It was a bad experience.
He's doing the right thing by getting out there in public and speaking, because if he was at home and didn't say anything, they could do whatever they wanted and
Right.
say whatever. But I think this is the right move for him.
I have a feeling there's going to be a real big payday for this. Real big. Just so that he'll be quiet and go away. You know what I mean?
True.
Wow.
Hmm.
I hope so, Turkey Creek. I hope so.
I was glad it ended.
Thank you so much, Troy Hillman, for coming on with us and joining us. You are a retired Phoenix Police Sergeant. You're also the author of Chasing Down the Zombie Hunter.
So, so this was something I had gotten. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Sorry, I saw this and was reading through this a little bit ago. It's kind of interesting about his theories or his feelings about the sheriff and stuff like that he talks about. It's not that, I don't know, it's up to what you guys would want to see. I just thought it was kind of interesting because he's speaking out as a retired police sergeant about this situation, and I thought his thoughts on this were kind of interesting. I was kind of watching this in the background because somebody sent this to me, so it just came out like a half hour ago. All right, Kim, no worries. No worries. I hope you feel better, hon. I do. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope to talk to you soon. We're about done here, by the way, guys. Hey, Krista, good to see you.
And you have extensive knowledge and what it means to work a challenging case, since you worked so many different cold cases in your time, but also what it means to work a case. So we wanted to ask you about the Nancy Guthrie case as we cover this. And first and foremost, I just want to get your take on where we are at and what it's like to be in a case where there's so many different leads coming in that you have to work.
This case, as you know, is I think we're on the, if I'm not mistaken, the 17th day, and it is just following it. It's been ups and downs, and kind of. I think we were really excited by the release of the video because that was a major break in the case. But I know law enforcement behind the scenes, and I always say this: it's a beehive of activity, and there's so many tentacles to this investigation. There's so many layers, and you've got different expertise looking at different directions and looking at maybe the digital evidence, looking at other ones looking at the forensic evidence. I mean, you have another team vetting out all the leads coming in from the community. There's just the ransom notes, the doorbell footage, tracing that back to where that maybe the clothing came from. You just got all these people doing various things, and it's you've got multiple jurisdictions involved, and it's I know they're exhausted. I know they just keep working, and they want to get home to their families too, but not until Nancy is brought home to her family.
Yeah. When you think about this case, because I was talking about the Canal Killer case and how DNA evidence really helped in that case that you were a big part of. What is that like to be waiting on DNA, and what was it like to actually finally get a hit?
Yeah, it's hard as an investigator to be told, hey, it's in the CODIS national database and it's never hit. It's been in there for decades. He must be dead, or it's never going to hit, and you should just accept that. And it's hard to
I agree, Chris. A whole ton of distracting shit for sure.
accept, and that's what we had on the canal murders.
I don't know what just happened. Sorry, you guys. Here in a few minutes, I'm going to go ahead and drop a link. If anybody wants to jump up here and express any feelings or thoughts on this, I'm going to allow you to do that once we get through this here. And then I got a couple videos to show you guys from Molly, and we'll be out of here, guys. Thank you again so much for being here with us.
The system for over 2 decades, and the presumption was he was dead. But the horrific nature of the crimes, my cold case team said, hey, we have to figure out who did this to these women and give the family some kind of delayed justice. So I think there are new tools, though, and I'm proud to say that Phoenix PD was a pioneer in using, and our team in using it's been called many different things. It's FIG or IG, investigative genetic genealogy. And it's a kind of a game changer in terms of building out family trees and look at ancestry to basically solve these types of crimes where stuff is languishing in CODIS.
Yeah. And I know that we have talked before about different cases here in Arizona, like the Allison Feldman case where familial DNA was used.
Thank you so much, Turkey Creek. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that so very much.
Can you just, for everyone, kind of break down the differences between CODIS, familial DNA, and then we have genetic genealogy?
So yeah, CODIS is it's the DNA database that the federal government runs. And there's different levels. There's a local, there's a state, and a federal, and there's
Thank you, Jesse. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all the kind thoughts and words from you guys. It means a lot to me. It really does. It's very important to hear those things from you guys. It makes this all worth it to me, and my day go by very much easier. So thank you guys all very much for that.
There's a lot of requirements as to what can be entered, what can't be entered, and that kind of thing. But pretty much if you're a convicted offender of certain type of crimes, typically felonies, you'll be in that system. So they'll upload, like in this case, the wearer for the gloves, the unidentified male profile, and they'll search CODIS for a hit. If that doesn't happen, then they can look at something called familial DNA testing, which is kind of mining that CODIS database for relatives of that unknown male, the unknown subject. So you can look at that angle. If that doesn't work, then you can look at investigative genetic genealogy, or IG, or sometimes called FIG. And there's a lot of acronyms, but like we talked about, that's a game changer. And familial testing did help, like you said, in the Feldman case. And it's something we looked at early on in the canal murders, and it just wasn't available to us.
Yeah. When you have a case like this, where you are, have intense tips coming in, obviously so many people scrutinizing, speculating about the investigation, but you also have a family that you're working with.
Thank you,
I know
Christina.
you worked with so many families. What is that like to try and keep them up to date on the investigation, but also try to work the investigation at the same time?
I always call it a tightrope. You're kind of walking this balancing act between you need to keep the family informed, you need to keep the community informed, but you also want to protect the integrity of the investigation. You don't want something to get out that could potentially hurt any kind of.
I agree with that too, Amethyst, because you guys, we've seen how easy it can be for somebody to be blamed for a crime, to be put in the middle of something that they had nothing to do with. And being that they took buccal swabs from him, no, I don't trust anything anymore. They very easily, because if this case were to go cold and they're looking for an out for this, to give some closure to this, guess what they could very plausibly do? This is our guy. They'll find a way to go back to him, so on and so forth. So I agree with you. I'm glad Lana did that. And that's exactly why I believe she did, because she knows what can happen. Okay. As we've all seen, it's very scary and sad.
prosecution if and when the perpetrator is found. So you want to give out enough. I think the Phoenix PD on the Canal murders, we gave out the fact that one girl or one victim had been redressed in the bodysuit, and that ended up being a huge tip or a huge generator of leads. And so I think the video footage in this case of the perpetrator and potential abductor that's on her doorstep, middle of the night before the abduction, that was a huge step. And I'm hoping somebody sees that and says, "Oh, I know that guy. I know who bought that clothing. I know who would wear that. I know a person has a mustache, or the person wears their holster that way, or that kind of thing." I'm just hoping somebody sees that, and that may have already happened, and they're just looking into that further.
Yeah. I know that we also have investigators that are doing things like working with Walmart and going to gun stores, kind of hitting the
Thank you,
streets and
Grace. I
following up on
appreciate that
those
so much.
leads. What is that like as someone who is following up on those kinds of leads, maybe not doing something digitally, but really hitting the streets and talking to people?
Yeah, that's just good old fashioned police work, and kind of following. You're kind of following the clues, and you're tracing those back, and to see where they came from. And it could be as simple as talking to a clerk, or there being video and saying, "Hey, I sold that particular backpack to this individual," or you have it on surveillance. You're just gathering those clues as you go along. So it is frustrating. It's very tedious work, but it's also if that breaks the case, then and that very well could break the case.
Yeah. When you think about everything that is happening, and obviously, like I said, we have so many people watching here in the US, internationally, even as well. What is your message to people that are watching this play out? There's so much to take in.
Yeah, I think we more and more live in an instantaneous satisfaction kind of environment, where we have 24/7 news, and we have the ability to query information, from our phones. But it's just important to let the investigators kind of do their thing, and not get in their way, and make sure that there's a balance between being a good putting in good information out that the community can respond and give information, versus salacious stuff and maybe hit pieces on the family or anything bad. I think there's a lot of speculation. People want answers, as does everybody on the investigative team, and the family. Obviously, they want their mom back. But we need to just exercise a little bit of what I call human kindness, and just realize and have empathy, and just say these people are going through hell, and we just need to get her back, and then also hold the perpetrator accountable.
Something I did see being discussed today on social media, and there's a lot of discussion taking place on social media with this case, is that we don't have any kind of car description. We have obviously that doorbell footage that has, been something that has generated a lot of tips. But is it strange at this point in the investigation to not have more things like a car, things like that people could
I
be on
agree,
the lookout
Janet.
for?
It depends. If you never know who's on foot. They have motorized bicycles now. You don't know. It did not appear to me that the potential abductor on the porch was particularly sophisticated, so he may not have come in a car. There could be. He could have come on foot, like I said, bicycle. He could have come in an Uber. You'd think that information would surface, but
Okay, but they still had to take her out of the house in something. She didn't ride out on a bicycle, guys. That's kind of dumb, but okay. Either way, welcome, Krista. Thanks for joining us, hon.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Anytime, every time. You know that.
Of course.
Great to have you here.
Yeah.
That was really dumb to say. That guy should have never brought that. Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, we're almost done with this. That was a really dumb statement. They could have came on a bicycle. So they threw her on the back of the bicycle and off to the land of Oz they went. Jesus Christ.
Where's the bike? Where'd the bike go? Like, she didn't get in it, She put her in the basket or something?
Right. That was really dumb to make that statement, bro.
Yeah.
We only know probably 25% of what law enforcement knows, which is by design to protect the integrity of the investigation. So if they think it's going to help the investigation, they're going to put it out. If they think it's going to hinder it, they're going to hold it back, which in fact they should do.
We could help, though. I mean, I know we don't have to know everything, but we could help.
Agreed. I agree.
I mean,
Stephen Gilmore.
we more power. Like, we're free labor. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And they even mentioned us earlier in that one review they were talking about that they believe that the internet sleuthers will figure those things out. And I said, well, finally, a little bit of
something.
Thank you. Did he really just say that? Yes. Yes, he did, Stephen. He said multiple statements that were stupid.
Oh my God.
Multiple statements that were stupid. Uber, bicycle. I was waiting.
And he had his gun in his waist.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he rode up on a skateboard and threw Nancy over his shoulder and off he went. Like, what the hell, bro?
Spaceship's next. They're gonna say it's like he portaled in on a spaceship and took her out.
Unbelievable. CC Moore. How long is this?
I like CC.
I do too, but I'm not going to run something. Yeah, okay, that's not very long. I really like Cece. I think she's very good at what she does.
Mm-hmm.
She brought up some information on this about the DNA again. Now that we know they've already contacted Othram, people are talking to Othram. They said that they're going to go with the IGG thing on this in some aspect. So, and I'm going to tell you right now, Meg said it too, and I think I believe fully what Meg just said. I think they've had it at Othram. Okay. Yeah. They're not putting it out to the public at this point, but I think that's the whole thing.
Oh man.
About bringing it back to Arizona because it has to be state tested first within the state and then they can send it off. Bullshit. Come on now. That's dumb. There's our Fizzy. What's up, Fizzy? Baby aliens. Again, I know. Crazy shit. Using TMZ for ransom. What
that is the stupidest thing. It's not even, it's not them. I doubt it's those people.
I highly doubt it, but I mean, they're using TMZ. I feel like, here's my thought, Chris. I think, and I think they know this too. The people that are sending the emails to Harvey, they're saying they know who the kidnappers are. They know. I think they are the kidnappers. They're playing it that way. I think they are. I think it's the kidnappers sending those emails to Harvey, in my opinion. Okay, and they're trying to play this off as if they're not. They know who they are, okay? Yeah. And that's truly what I think, honestly. And I'm sure you did, Turkey, because that's what I was waiting for that next. But yeah, I think it's the kidnappers that send any emails to Harvey. That's just my opinion, you guys. Trying to play it off like they're just somebody that saw them over there, south of the border, all that bullshit. So, and I think that at the very least, the FBI has to know that. They have to know who these people are to some aspect, I would think. They're just not putting it out there because I feel like they're trying to protect these people or protect the case's integrity from having to spook these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they came from California, though. They've even with the guys who went to Scott. With that other case. I mean, it could be, Chris. It could be. It's a good, very good theory. Very good theory.
I just feel like Harvey's like too. First of all, for $100,000, you would get why don't you just go to the tip line anonymously and get the tip? You know what I mean? Like, why would you ever tell Harvey who you are? Like, that's the dumbest thing. And trust that he's gonna, you're gonna get the reward.
Yeah, yeah. No, and the weirdest part to that, Krista, to me, is that they chose of all networks and of all entities, they went to TMZ. They're the shadiest one out of all these.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's so strange to me, but it is what it is.
He loves it. Harvey loves being involved in this. He loves.
Yeah, I'm sure that. No. I don't take me wrong. I'm sure the FBI is 100% behind this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to say or do what he's doing with Harvey. That I agree with. He's even said it, a couple times that the FBI knows all about this. He's spoken to them, so on and so forth. It's just weird to me. And I still, that's why I believe that the FBI knows possibly who this is. They're just biding their time. They're not putting it out to the public to protect, the possibility that Nancy's still alive, which I very sadly in my gut feel like she hasn't been for a while.
Me too.
I don't want to feel that way, but I feel like that's the truth, unfortunately.
I mean, to be honest, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead. What were you saying?
To be honest with you, like I don't know if any of you guys like believe in mediums or psychics or anything like that, but I have the one that I go to that I know 1,000% is legit. She was able to get through to Nancy, and she said Nancy was coming through to her that whole day, it was like a week ago. And she'd if you believe that, just say this is this is all entertainment purposes only. Okay.
Oh, no. And listen, I don't not believe in that stuff. I don't typically go that route with what I do here, but I you know, nothing but respect to people that do believe in that stuff. No worries.
Yeah, like she just said, like with it, she was kidnapped. She did recognize the people. She was petrified. They didn't hurt her. They told her that it was for ransom, but her heart gave out within 24 hours because of just fright. And that's what the medium said. She said that, like, you know, and then they buried her body because they was her ransom, but they didn't you know, they didn't plan on her being so terrified and her heart giving out and all that. Which I'm like, that's a chance you take when you take somebody who's 84 with a heart problem, when you're going to take them away from their home at gunpoint, not knowing.
You know what's wild is I even said, was it a week ago after Savannah did that message where she said, "We got your message, we understand." So I at that point is when I said I feel like something bad happened to her. That was my theory, was that maybe she had a heart attack, because of all the stress and the fear and all that stuff. So that's truly what I think may have fully happened, honestly.
And then like now they're scared to death because
that's why I think this is drug on, Krista, because Nancy passed away. That wasn't I don't think that was the whole thing. And now it's being drug out because now I think they're trying to get money so they can get the hell out of here and get into hiding before they get caught. That's what I think is going on, because now they're going to be charged with murder. Okay. Yeah. And I think there was a statement that somebody had sent to me that Trump had put out saying that if something has happened to her, that they need to be charged with the death penalty. So
I believe it. What else? I mean, we have it for a reason. It's back here for a reason. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, that's so sad. Like it's nothing for 50 years. She was safe in that house. 50 years, not one incident, and then one night, just like that.
Yep. And I think it is somebody that knows her. It's close to them. I do truly, honest to God, I feel like that somebody. I could be wrong, folks, but this is just my feelings, my theory that Kayla and Lucas had something to do with this. I truly, honest to God, feel that way.
Kim had some great info. Like this morning, I was like, man, I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that all day. I was like, man, that's got to be that's too close. That's too close. Like, think about it. They have that vehicle that she was in, and it just happens to be related to her.
Yeah. Right.
That's too crazy. Like, what is the point? I mean, that's a coincidence. I doubt it, unless they're wrong about that lead, you know?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I feel very, very, and I know people will disagree, and it's okay, guys. I still love you, whether you agree with me or not. You know, if we all agreed, it'd be boring. But I'm dead set, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll eat as much crow as I have to. But I'm dead set on the point that I believe that the guy that we see on camera is Lucas Daly. I absolutely, after looking at those photos, I analyzed those photos. I don't know how many times. Molly did her whole thing with that the mask thing. I don't know if you saw that, Krista, but
no, I don't. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'll show you that. And then when I noticed the tattoo on him, and then with the piece that we can see slightly of it, it's like right there. They absolutely, to me, they match, and to me, that's who that is. As far as his involvement. I feel like they did say there's multiple people involved in this. So that could be 5, that could be 3, that could be 15. I don't know. You know, I'm just saying. But I do believe they know her. They definitely know her. Or she knows them.
Did
or
you
some of them.
About the guy that is putting up $100,000 in Milwaukee, or was it another state? Kim said this morning there's another lawyer in another state who's putting up another $100,000 separately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he said he's afraid. He works for the Crime Stoppers, and it's in a different state. I think it's Milwaukee or something. And he said he knows that that's the people might not come forward because they're afraid of law enforcement or not, and then they actually never get the reward. So he's like, they find a way. Yeah, so he's putting up the $100,000. It says maybe somebody will come to him.
Wow,
amazing. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's like, wow, yeah,
that is wild.
And that's a good incentive, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, like
And that's what I'm thinking too, Doc, that she passed away, maybe a heart attack. Her heart's weak already. Okay. She's got a
Yeah.
pacemaker, all that. And because you could imagine an 84-year-old woman that's never been in a situation such as this, they grab her, they take her somewhere. They're threatening this and that. There was blood from something. She may have been hit by something.
That part. They said he went like this behind her, like went like that, and he accidentally bumped her too hard. Like he went behind her.
That would do it.
And then she was like over, and the lady, Nancy kept saying, well, Nancy's spirit kept saying, he didn't mean to. I was like, oh, like, because when you're over there on the other side, you see everything from a different perspective. But
that is wild. Yeah, that's wild as hell.
I was like,
I mean,
think of that.
It'd be interesting to find out if that turns out to be that way.
Know.
Like I said, I have nothing against that kind of stuff, guys. I just don't go that direction when I do this. But it's still interesting to hear those things. I've listened to them myself.
Oh yeah, like I've listened to almost everyone I could find. You know what's crazy? Real quick, there's one the same lady, the same group of people did Charlie Kirk, couldn't get through to, like barely got through to him. I have not seen one medium or psychic get through to him at all. To me, I feel like he might not be alive.
That's
Might
wild.
be dead. I know.
Like he might still be alive. I've heard people say that. Yeah.
There's a guy doing a whole series about him. Charlie Kirk is alive.
I've seen that too. Yeah. It is
you probably
wild.
watched Jesse on Fire.
I have watched him before. Yeah, I have.
That is very cruel. It is cruel, Stephen. It's like I can't
Definitely.
imagine like something, especially and even if they're saying I'm not going to hurt you, I'm not going to hurt you. Still, like then don't take me then.
Things happen.
Don't hide me
Things
somewhere.
happen. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem. Like,
Drop her off on an island. Give her an island vacation for a week or something. You know what I mean? Like
they could have done something else besides
Yeah.
take her, which, like I said, she's just in such a frail state, health wise, that any kind of a jolt to her life, something different of anything, can provoke a bad situation, which this in turn, in my opinion, is what happened. So
it's just a lady.
let's check this out real quick here.
I mean, yeah, I'd love her
Thank
to
you.
be wrong, and her still be
Right.
alive.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. So this is, for those of you that aren't familiar, CC Moore, she's very good at what she does. This is about the DNA stuff, guys. I've been kind of following this DNA stuff all day. Like I said, I feel like this Othram is going to kick up into the big picture here real soon. And I feel like there's kickbacks, in my opinion, that the sheriff is going to get or somebody's going to get for going to them. I think that's how this is put out there. And again, that's just my opinion. Okay.
Is Othram's not FBI's main thing, is it or no?
Well, Quantico would be the main thing, in my opinion.
okay.
But I think they use Othram to do some of their work in that sense. And I think they've been using them a lot. So there again.
Kids, I mean, I feel like
That's awesome, Turkey Creek. I'm glad to hear that. God bless.
I get what they say about like trying to match things up. If you find a match, and it would be like the chance of this person having it, the whole genealogy thing. But I feel like the way they did it with Brian was like,
They cheated. They
yeah,
completely
they cheated. Exactly. It's like
They
I don't
used-
trust them now.
They used not unsanctioned, but illegal ways to go about getting it through places they shouldn't have.
Mhm.
And that's just not okay. It's not okay at all. So
Exactly, Vaughn. I feel like they're just like they'll do anything to be a winner. Like
that's exactly what I think they've been doing. They're trying to be the number one place that everybody goes to.
Yep.
On every
That's just-
case. And that's just no, I don't trust it at all. So let's see what
Yeah.
CC says about the DNA part of this, and then break that down a little bit. And then I want to show you guys these videos.
I got to
Molly.
see the mask one. I want to see the mask thingy. I got to see that guy.
Oh yeah, I'll show you that too.
Again for doing this, and I just want to start first with genetic genealogy. Can you kind of break down, just for people at home, what is this?
Genetic genealogy is the combination of using DNA and documentary.
Hold on, right there. You can almost see it, Krista. If you look.
Okay.
1 second.
And documentary records to learn more about someone.
Is this?
Genetic genealogy is the combination of using.
You see this right here?
Yeah.
That's a tattoo. Okay.
Is it?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's a tattoo, and it goes. I saw a photograph of Lucas Daly where his
Okay.
arm is exposed, like his whole body. You can see it. He has a tattoo that goes from here to here.
Mhm.
And I'm telling you, the ends that you can see here, it matches almost identical. Almost identical. Just saying.
DNA and documentary records to learn more about someone's family tree. Traditionally, we used it to identify long dead ancestors. Everybody has what we call a brick wall in their family tree where they can't get past a certain point in the paper trail or the records. DNA can often help us get over that brick wall and learn more about our distant ancestors. Next, we started using it to help adoptees and people of unknown parentage find their biological families. And now we're using it to help law enforcement identify people from their DNA. We're only allowed to use it for violent crimes or to identify Jane and John Does who died without their identification.
And we know that this is something that the Pima County Sheriff's Department is looking at when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case. How long can it take, though, when you have a potential DNA sample and you go through this route of genetic genealogy?
It can take quite a bit of time. Now, fortunately, the sheriff sent the DNA to a private lab that is kind of a one-stop shop. They're great at extracting the DNA
Molly, check Discord, honey, if you can hear me.
from the evidence, and then creating two separate profiles. The one that's uploaded to CODIS, the type of profile law enforcement has used for decades, and then the different type of profile that we need for genetic genealogy. And so it will save time to send it there because they were able to create both of those profiles in parallel. So we don't lose time when they don't get a CODIS hit, they can jump right to the genetic genealogy. Once they get that profile created, which is hundreds of thousands of genetic markers across the genome, I hear it's a mixture in this case, at least one of the samples. So then they have to work with the bioinformatics scientists to separate out that DNA and make sure that they are working on the person of interest DNA. Then once that's done, it's uploaded to the databases that have agreed to work with law enforcement on the genealogy side. Unfortunately, even though there are over 50 million people who have taken direct-to-consumer DNA tests, the top 3 companies have barred law enforcement's use. And so we are limited to the 3 smallest databases, GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and DNA Justice. So they will upload that raw data file to those databases where it's compared against everyone in the database that has agreed to work with law enforcement. And so then we get what's called a match list.
Here, watch this, Krista. I'm gonna have to slow it down for you. But yeah, it's there. Watch. Sorry, guys, for interrupting this. Hold on. Watch when he comes up with his arm. Look right there below the wrist part of his arm. You can see it as he stands there with his hand.
Against everyone in.
See that? You got to look good. It's hard to see. I had to get it out like a magnifier.
The data.
See it? Oh, yeah, I can. I'm sorry about that, Jesse. Right there. And I'm telling you, when I looked at, I sat here for like 2 hours. And I stared at this, and I went back and looked at that picture, which I have to go find. And I'll show you. I'm telling you, that is who that man is. Thank you, Ro. It's crazy. I don't know if it'll help if I play it anymore, but 1 second. Yeah, it showed it a little bit more, barely, but you can see it there. I swear to God, that's him. I'm telling you, I would bet everything I own that is him. And I'll show you the other thing that Molly put together with the overlay. That's crazy to me. You're muted, Krista, if you're talking.
Sorry, I was laughing. I can't wait to see that, like with what Lucas looks like. I haven't seen him.
Oh yeah. I'll show you you'll see this, and then it'll show you Lucas himself, and it overlays the mask, removes it, and puts it back. It's crazy. It lines up perfect. It's nuts.
He looks like he has goggles on.
Somewhat. It's because of the type of mask it is.
Oh, okay.
And so then we get what's called a match list. But our match list is different than CODIS. We are not going to find that exact person. we are looking for relatives, and we can work with second, third, fourth, fifth cousins, and
When I find that picture, Jesse, I'll show you.
sometimes even beyond that, to reverse engineer the family tree of this person of interest based on who they're sharing DNA with. So the people that show up on that match list are really partial matches. They might only share 1% of their DNA, maybe even less. But that means that they have a common ancestor with that unknown suspect or person of interest. And so our job is to identify who those common ancestors are between the matches, right? Because we know who they are, we can build their family trees. So we're looking for patterns, overlaps, triangulations between the family trees of those individuals. So we're not just working with one match, we're working with a whole network, often a dozen matches, sometimes up to 3 dozen matches. And we're looking how all of those matches combine into one family tree. Who's that one person or immediate family that is related to all of those people sharing significant amounts of DNA with our unknown suspect. Now, when we say significant, again, that can be a very small amount, but it helps us to piece back together that person of interest family tree, ancestor by ancestor. We build forward in time, looking for the descendants of those sets of ancestors and how it all converges.
And I know that this process has been
Good point, Chris. That's a fact too. Scary shit.
used in other high-profile cases, like the Idaho 4, Brian Koberger's arrest. I believe it was used then. How long, though, can this take for genetic genealogists to kind of pull and reverse that family tree?
Once we get that match list, it can sometimes just be minutes or hours, and it can stretch out into years. The fastest I've been able to identify a person of interest is 20 minutes. And then I have some cases I'm still working after 7 years. However, I will say with the resources going into this case, it won't take years. My best guess is weeks. If it's a person who has deep roots in the United States, it might just be hours. So it really depends on the population group of the person or persons they are trying to identify.
Yeah. I know here in Arizona, we've also seen familial DNA used when it comes to cases. Can you describe for people the difference between familial DNA and how that is used in some of these criminal cases?
I'm really glad you brought that up because there's a lot of confusion between familial DNA and genetic genealogy, and they're 2 different things. Familial DNA searches are allowed in the law enforcement databases in some states, and they are looking for a very close relative. So if they don't get that exact match in the law enforcement database, in some cases, they're allowed to do a familial search, but it can only detect immediate relatives. It's typically first degree, which is parent, child, or full sibling. They can also do a YSTR search in the database. It's a little bit more complex, but they're looking for someone who shares a Y chromosome with the unknown male person of interest. And that would mean they share their direct paternal line. They might have the same surname then.
An important distinction, something that people do really confuse all of the time. When we look at the DNA in this case, we know that they are saying that they had some from inside the home. They also had some from these gloves that were found 2 miles away. Now, we don't know the strength in these samples. Can you describe for people what that would mean, a strength in sample?
Sure. So there are varying amounts of DNA that are left behind in different samples. If you have, for instance, a blood sample, that would provide a lot of DNA. Any type of biological fluid, semen, saliva, is a very strong source of DNA. But you can also detect DNA from what is called transfer, or it's more commonly known as touch DNA. That's usually just a few skin cells, although it can be more if somebody has handled something for a long time. If your hand is in a glove, you're going to leave a lot of that transfer DNA there. So it's still very doable. Regardless of what type of DNA, it can absolutely still be used. The equipment has gotten so sensitive that we really just need a few skin cells to be able to create the profiles needed for both law enforcement profiles and genetic genealogy. So I have a lot of confidence they will be able to extract enough DNA to be able to create those profiles. This lab, the private lab that the sheriff sent the samples to, is extremely good at extracting DNA. In fact, a lot of my successful cases are ones that they have done the DNA extraction on, because that's not something Parabon does. So I have full confidence that they will be able to create those profiles. And once those are created, there's no doubt in my mind that these unknown DNA contributors will be identified.
As we see these collections, right? We obviously had one in the home. We also have had search warrants play out, and we don't know exactly what they have gathered from those search warrants. But if they have had DNA, how long could this process take of, matching everything up or not matching everything up, where you see what that DNA is telling you?
If they've collected DNA from persons of interest, that one-to-one comparison is extremely quick, and I'm sure it's already been done. And so that's something that is very straightforward. The same with the CODIS comparisons. They already have uploaded into that database, and we've been told they don't have a match. That also is very quick. The genetic genealogy, that can stretch out. It can either be a very quick identification, or it could potentially take weeks, even longer. I think with the resources on this case, it won't be longer than weeks. But if it is somebody who has recent immigrant ancestry, meaning if they were born in another country, their parents, their grandparents, and even back to the great-grandparents, it could take a lot longer, because we just don't have as much representation in the small databases we have access to. If I was the Guthrie family, I would be begging Ancestry DNA, 23andMe to allow comparisons to be done in their databases, because it will be a much, much quicker identification. But they are very resistant to that. It's possible that the agency or the FBI could serve a warrant on those companies. I think it will be a big knockdown, drag out fight if they do.
I don't think they're the only one that does it, Wade, but I think they're listed as the top right now. They're trying to keep that position or make themselves in that position. That's my take on it. I don't think they're the only one at all.
But I think that law enforcement will likely gain access if that happens. And in that case, he will be identified much, much more quickly.
And
thank you, Cece. I hope that gives guys a little bit, hey, Kitty, a little bit of insight into that. And like I said, guys, here we are again, straight on with the IgG stuff. And I had a bad feeling this was coming. I even said it beforehand, and we saw that. So that's crazy to me. So let me show you this thing here. 1 minute here. For those of you that didn't see this. So this photograph here. Okay, this shows a pretty good shot of it.
That's wild.
I'm still looking for this other photograph. It's coming. I think Molly's looking for it right now. This is the wrist, okay? This is the guy at the camera. If you look right there, you need... See it there?
Yeah, that's a great picture of it.
Yeah.
A great picture. Yeah, I can't believe you found that.
Tomboy had that saved. So there it is, okay? And if you look the way the ends are here, I think it's written in a different language, okay? When I get this other photograph and show you, this is what solidified this for me. That and the mask thing.
The mask. Oh my God. I was like, how could that possibly that? And
But
then holy moly.
These 2 points is where it stops. Like I said, it's a word. Like I had the word respect. It's old though. It comes down and it stops like right there. That's the end of it where we can
It's not
see
you,
it.
Danielle? Are you sure you weren't in Arizona?
It's just completely different. Whatever this is, you can't read it because it's in a different language, I think. Okay. And I think Molly's looking for this other photograph, a full body photograph of Lucas Daly, and it shows his arm. You can see the tattoo, and that's what as soon as I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit, that is him! I'm done. That's him. Period."
At least
guys.
I hope it is, because that means we got him. You know what I mean? Like at least we figured out like
him. Yeah,
you know,
absolutely him, 100%. Which is why I believe that this Kayla Day could have the involvement because she's a Guthrie. she knows him. Okay, she was pulled over with him in May when they got stopped. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So they have some form of a relationship. Okay, they absolutely do.
Hmm.
1 second here.
I think you've got the whole thing at Walmart, which is funny. Like he spent.
Well,
it
and
looked
that's the thing that they did. That stuff was all bought. But was it brand new or was it stuff they had that they bought from before?
like, who knows? I hope they can find. I mean, I know they can find out who, like, what the
Good point. Nothing.
Walmart can help them figure out when it was, if it was bought there, or how
Yeah.
many was sold there or whatever.
Right.
I probably don't know that yet. That's like, I was a manager at a store, like a retail store. It's not hard to do in the system. You go there, it wouldn't take that much. So I don't know if they're like chasing down the UPCs. Like, how many could they have possibly sold? You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe
The same
10,
thing.
20.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And if it's not that,
Right.
he couldn't even bring spray paint to cover the thing. So he thought,
Right. Yeah. So this is the photograph of the guy that was at the camera on Nancy's front porch. Now watch this, Krista. That's Lucas Daly.
holy shit.
Now you
That's
tell
even
me
better.
everything. Molly pointed out everything that lines up the way it does. It's identical. To me,
Holy
that's
shit.
identical.
Holy crap, you're right. Oh my god. And you know what? Another thing, the medium said that the neighbor knew something but didn't say anything because she was scared. But didn't say what she knew, but she had some kind of information. When I heard they were looking at her surveillance, then
It probably that would
anyway.
make sense. If she's an older woman as well, then she probably could be worried they're going to come back and go after her.
That is wild. I'm so glad we have this technology to do this.
Yeah,
Because it's hard. Like,
Molly did amazing with this.
I can't believe, and the thing is, like, I was saying earlier, I'm surprised that nobody has identified this man yet. But obviously, this is, you sold it to me.
They did when they pulled him over. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They pulled him over. They detained him, and then they let him go along with his brother. And he's the guy that was stopped at the traffic stop. Okay, I do believe him. But anyway, the word was that he was heading back to the house. His mother and his brother Matt were detained, and he was detained. Okay, and then they let them all go, and then they went back the next damn day, and they towed their cars. Okay,
Didn't they get Kayla too? Didn't she get re-locked up?
she was rearrested the day after on the 12th. Yes,
I mean, to me, that's
day
like,
before.
Even though it was a warrant, I think that, or she was on bond or something. I think they're trying to get her there.
Oh yeah, they want to get her in quarters and have her. That's him, you guys. I'm sorry, but
damn,
between
dude.
that, and I'll show you the finality as soon as they find this other photograph of him with his arm. That did it for me. I was done.
Damn.
This was enough here, okay? Because there's nothing about this that doesn't match, in my opinion. But when I saw the photograph of the arm, of his bare arm, and then I remember seeing the tattoo, I was like, "Fuck, you got to be kidding me! That's him." Period.
That's crazy. Damn.
Right.
Like, you can't. Yeah, there's like no.
Wow. They said that Christine, that thing about the gunshot thing was an accident, I guess, a hit and run. And I'll say this much: if it ends up not being him, I will be dead surprised, you guys. Dead surprised, no lie.
I mean, nobody. For his face, the way it's shaped, he's got a very oval face, a perfectly oval face, and that's like what you can tell from with the mask on. And I don't know that many people that have that kind of face, that have that full face like that. He's got a full oval face, and it's like filled out too. So it's like there's not that many people that look like him, that can look like him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's so strange to me that, like, I was done. I was done. Like, he's there. He's the guy on camera.
Yep.
I want to know who else is with him for sure,
and
who else, because they're saying that it's believed there's multiple people involved. As I have. I've said that from the beginning. Like, not one person did this. Okay. So I don't think so, Christine. I think it was just, like I said, it was a car accident, and somebody made a mistake with it or something, is how that all turned into that. So that is Lucas Daly.
That is
and as soon as I pull this other photograph, I will show you, and I'll show you his arm, And that photograph, I'll show you side by side again. It's him, period. I don't care what anybody else says at this point. You're gonna have to show me some seriously real deal proof that that's not him for me to believe it's not.
I like how she points out the hair, and that's
Yeah.
like, and you can tell he looks like he has eyeliner on.
Yeah,
He's got those dark eyelashes.
Welcome, Donnie. And that's the thing is she points out the points that are absolute, like no doubt.
Well, I'm glad that in my opinion, y'all have identified somebody, and whether they're probably have surveillance on him 24/7 because they had to let him go because they don't have enough evidence yet. But something led them to that car,
right?
What are the chances that Kayla is with him that knows is related to Nancy?
That's what I'm saying. That's what you can't.
It looks just like him. I mean,
coincidence is a bad word sometimes because it doesn't. It just doesn't happen.
Say they don't believe in coincidences.
I don't.
Yeah,
not in true crime for the most part. I don't. Right.
Yeah, Adam Lambert.
I'm trying to find this one damn picture.
I tried to look for one too. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, and Molly found the relation very quickly. Penny Guthrie is Kayla's mother.
Penny Guthrie,
4 years old. Okay, she lives in Indiana, but that's her mother.
So how old is Kayla?
Kayla, I can't find her absolute age.
So if her mom's 60, then she's probably about 30 or something, or even more.
Roughly, probably, yeah. I would say probably early 30s, maybe.
There you go. I forget how old we are.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking they're young, like young. Like
it could be. They could be though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like her mom being in their 60s, she's probably older. You know.
Right. So let me see if I can pull it this way. Maybe this.
I guess that's like her second cousin or something. Is that like
Savannah's it's the second level relation is how it was.
I wonder if
what the document said that we saw.
I mean, I guess it's by design that they're not speaking to anybody, the Guthries. Like, think about it. We haven't heard anything out of the entire family, cousins, nothing. I'm just saying, like, nobody, and I guess that's the way they want it, but like, we don't know. I don't know anything about her family. I didn't know if she has cousins. I didn't know if, Annie had kids or like what was going on. I mean, I don't know anything about their
right.
And what relationships do they have? Did they get along? Do they not get along? Is anybody fighting with anybody? Anybody ask for money lately? Like, is there a fight in the family? Does she talk to this Kayla girl? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, we don't know anything. I mean, as far as I know, we could find out because
they're kind of trying to keep, probably because Savannah Guthrie is related to her. They're probably trying to keep it kind of quiet with some of the personal info.
Yeah.
Now, the other photograph that I showed the other day that matched up to another version of this. Let me show you that too. For those of you that didn't see it,
a full body shot would be good because he has a certain build, so it would be
Yeah. Well, I can show. Okay, I'll show you this.
Unnecessary. It's not necessary for us to know. I would like to know the family relationships, especially if Kayla did this or was involved in it. I think it's necessary.
Well, what I think she's saying is like personal information of the family itself. So that's him. Okay.
I'm just curious, like, is anybody fighting lately or wow.
Yeah, that's him right there. That's his shoulder build and all. There's another photograph I'm looking for right now. Also, we have this photograph here. These two were arrested together. Yeah, that's her. And that's why I think she's involved. This was the other picture of him. If you remember the sketch that they showed that was drawn, I don't know if you saw the sketch, if you were in here for that. There's a sketch that they put out of who they believed the perpetrator was, right? Oh. It looks almost identical to this as well.
What did they just like kind of go by like facial structure or something? Or
they used, I think, the facial recognition stuff.
Oh, okay.
And it looks just like this guy. I mean, it's a sketch, so it's not going to look like on point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tomboy. I love you, Tomboy. You're amazing. You guys, I have the best team out here, you guys. I'm telling you, because they do so much. They make shit happen in here, guys. I'm telling you. Thank you, Tomboy. Seriously. Okay, so Kayla. For those of you that are confused, that's Kayla right there, Stephen. That's Kayla Day. That is the one that is related to the Guthries.
Oh, 32. She's a little younger.
Yeah, 32. Thank you for. I just noticed the age was on there. So there you go. I'm not 100% how old he is either, but I'm sure he's close to her age, possibly.
That's what it looks like. Wasn't she supposedly with the brother or something, or dating the brother Nick? Or
Well, what I understand is that she's married to somebody named William, I think.
oh, okay.
There we go. Bingo. Tomboy, you're amazing. Okay. Now,
Ooh.
let me show you something. Pretty dog. See these right here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you again.
Damn.
Those are the points on the tattoo. And like I said, I can't read what the hell it says. Sorry, but that's right there are the 2 points that I'm talking about. Now, let me show you the other one again.
Second cousin Stephen. Her mother, I believe, is Savannah's first cousin.
Do you see this?
Yep. There you go. Diego, I can't believe you. That's crazy. And we're like, we're like blind guys.
I had to put magnifiers on to see that. Okay.
That's
But
like
yeah.
a good friggin' call. Like I wouldn't have noticed that until you showed that showing his tattoo nail. Now I get it. Like where
Yeah, right. And this is, guys, this is what I do. I just analyze things over and over and over and over until I get something from it. But yeah, those are the 2 end points on the tattoo. Just like those 2
there
are.
you go. And that face, man.
As far as I'm concerned, this is him. That's
Wow.
him. That's
What
the
a
mask guy.
shame. What a goddamn shame.
So I've been stuck on this for days now. Thank you so much again, Tomboy. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Tomboy. That's crazy.
It looks like it's up to his wrist area, and the tattoo on his arm he's showing doesn't go to the.
Well, his gloves would come right here. His gloves would probably come right there.
It's up down, Janet. Okay, hold on a minute here. Let me show it again.
Gloves will go to here. And it's
All right, so that mind you, this is blown up really big, and the camera lens is going to make it look a little different. But yeah, it's down. It's about right there.
under a shirt. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it comes to there.
You got all that space and stuff.
See, it's about in his arms turn too, just like mine. The length of mine looks like it changes when you twist your arm, but his hand is sitting like this, so it comes about there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and when you see this,
I wonder if he takes this.
You're looking down on it. Okay,
Yeah.
first of all, and it's blown up. Let me see if I back it up if it changes it for you.
I'm sure there's other pictures of him too, or without his watch on, so maybe. Because you
It's
could
hard
probably
to find a lot of pictures. He doesn't have a lot of pictures on his Facebook at all.
Huh.
His name is Lucas Daly, Denise.
That's wild. Denise, did you see the picture with the mask and stuff that goes over his face and stuff? And like it matches up. I don't know if you saw it, but that's
Yeah,
you got me convinced.
When I saw that, when Molly made that happen with, she made that whole thing, I was like, wow, wow. And then I started looking at the other photos of him, and I was like, you got to be kidding me.
That's a shame, though. Meg.
That's him. As far as I'm concerned, it's him at the door. Period.
That sucks.
And it does and it doesn't.
Sad.
Because at least we know one of the people that's there.
But if like her cousin's involved, that's really sad, dude. Like that's a fucking betrayal, man.
Yeah, and you can't listen. One other thing that I can't get past with this guy either is the eyes. The eyes that we saw looking at that in that camera, they're identical to me. His eyes, he's got the same hooded eyes, everything. She's the one that's related to the Guthries.
She was in the vehicle with this guy.
When he got pulled over in May, and they both got hit with hardcore drug charges. Okay.
Oh shit.
He had a hearing or a trial scheduled for February 26th, and they bounced it up to May. I can't remember when. It was rescheduled or something. And I heard she was on the run, but I don't know if that's true or not. But that would explain why she got arrested. I don't know what their relation is, guys. I'll be on dead set with. I thought they were boyfriend girlfriend. I don't think that's true now because I've been told that she's married to somebody else by the name of William. But there's another guy too, the guy that supposedly sold him the Range Rover, and her husband and him all work within this car dealership
I
situation.
was gonna say, yeah, they worked at car dealership place or something.
Right. Zach Jahoub is who was selling the car to him, but they work together, or they're kind of something to do with this car dealership, folks. Is where I think the
And they still have the Range Rover, right?
they had it, and there's a claim that they found DNA in the back of the Range Rover that belonged to Nancy.
Oh, really?
That I don't know if that's true. I can't verify that claim. I saw that somewhere.
Wow, that's that'd be amazing, because then we would have answers. And I guarantee they're going to turn on each other. One of them's they both have charges or cases. They're going to turn in a heartbeat.
They both have separate cases for the same
yeah,
thing.
they're going to get them they're going to snitch in a heartbeat on each other. One of them's going to whoever snitches first, because they're going to get out of their shit. They're going to try to anyway.
Right.
Now they're going to, because that's what happens. You get in trouble. I don't think they became a CI, but yeah, I just said, hey, Meg, I didn't know if you were there the whole time, but I saw your name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people, I guess, that are trying to say that Kayla Day is not related to Savannah. And Kat, one of our other awesome moderators. I told you I had the best team out here. So this says here, for everyone saying that Kayla Day is not related to Nancy Guthrie, Ann Pritchard Hansen is Savannah Guthrie's late aunt, her late father's sister. Ann had a daughter named Terry Stauffer. And Terry had a daughter named Kayla Day. Not related to Nancy, but related by marriage, as we claimed before. That is Ann Pritchard Hansen. She passed away just like Savannah's father had. So there's that. So there is a relation, folks. Absolutely. Thank you, Kat. Great job, all of you guys today.
I heard that too, Meg. Yeah, there's I heard different things, like she didn't show up, or she was on
that could be it too, Meg. That would make sense. She was probably trying, because she knew she was going to go down, because these drug charges were no joke. They had, when they were pulled over, they had like $1,300 on them cash. I think there was a bunch of the F pills and something else. It was a lot. Yeah, that would make sense, Meg.
How stupid are you? Did commit a crime like you did? If you did, then you're gonna drive around with illegal drugs on you. Like what? In a warrant? Are you an idiot?
And here's the thing. Think about something, you guys. And Chillin', you're probably on point. That's what I said before. They got these charges. These are like third or fourth charges they've been hit with. They're going down the river for a long time.
They might be. They might be.
And they know that, I think. So I think that this group of people, like 4 or 5 people possibly even, put together this whole plan over a period of time. Okay. Because it was stated somewhere today, we saw it, that there was somebody had Googled Nancy Guthrie back in June, which is like a month after these two were pulled over and this whole thing started. Okay. And it makes me wonder. Okay. And that right there, were they trying to get quick money together to flee the country and to get out of these charges? Car dealership money laundering, 100%, Stephen, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yep, you're right, Stephen. Yeah. It's a shame, because a lot of them are like that. But
there's our Miss Tandy.
There's too many coincidences. Come on.
I'm telling you guys, without other than the small details, I think we've solved part of this situation. It's that's who that is, and I'm sure the FBI knows this. They're just playing their cards right to get this to a point. Now, the weird thing is, the drug could give him contact. It could be that, but the weird thing is that somebody looked into this dealership that these guys work and run, okay? And somebody trailed it back to where it leads to somehow the Russian mafia.
Wow.
That's just a tiny little piece of info, guys, that was thrown at me a couple of days ago, and I was like, oh shit. So we have that as well, okay? I don't know. And here's the thing. One thing that is a very grand possibility is that Kayla, and I think somebody just said it. Where'd it go? Yvonne, good point. That Kayla may not be directly involved, okay? But she may have, and that's a good point too, Yvonne, because they know each other. It may have been brought up that, hey, Savannah Guthrie's my cousin. You know what I'm saying? I know that people, when they're related to somebody that's famous in some aspects, they like to brag. So,
wow,
I'm just saying. Just saying. So that's an interesting point too. But again, they could be all directly involved,
I mean, she
or
could
indirectly.
She could be at that wherever they took her. She could have been there with, like, he drops her off. I don't know, and then they I don't know wherever they took her to, which
I think, Jesse, that like I said, like Meg said, I heard as well that there was a failure to appear for a court hearing because they got pulled over at the same time.
she's out on bond too. Yeah, she's out on bond.
But then now she's being held with no bond.
Good.
So
they're waiting for her to turn on him.
His court hearing or his trial was rescheduled. I think that she was supposed to go to court and never did. Before in turn, she just skipped out. You know what I'm saying?
Smart, real smart.
And was trying to, and then all this shit goes down, and boom. You know what I mean?
Dude, I was literally in her position at one point, right? Like I got everything up really quickly. But like that was in 2012. That was what scared me, and like I thought my life was over. I really did. But little by little, like, I got out of it. But like, I mean, that is I would, if I were them, I would have been on the run too.
Yeah.
Because you obviously you don't give a fuck at this point. You just keep getting pulled over. You just keep doing the same thing over and over. Over and over. What the fuck are you doing? Like you gave up on life. It sounds like.
Yeah.
This was a desperate way to get some money that really, and like I said that the first time we were on here, I said somebody did this that wasn't that fucking bright. Because nobody gets away with ransom. Kids, when has anybody ever done that in our 100-year history besides the Lindbergh baby? And that wasn't even a real ransom.
It didn't even work that way either.
Yeah, like I know maybe it happens in other countries, but it doesn't happen here.
Right. So these are a couple updates. One of this is Brian Enton talking about they started doing polygraphs, I guess.
Good.
I have just a couple things left here, guys, and we'll be out of here, I promise. I just wanted to make sure I showed you everything I had.
A lot of good information with you.
From Arizona, where we just did learn that polygraphs, these lie detector tests, have been used to clear people in the Guthrie case. And when I say we've learned it, I mean Brian Enton has learned it, our senior national correspondent, who's back live with us from Tucson. So tell us about this, Brian.
That's nice. That's good that they did that.
Yeah, so it's essentially what you said. Sources confirmed to me that they have used polygraph tests and continue to use polygraph tests, which are lie detector tests. They hook you up to a machine and monitor your levels to see if, essentially see if you're lying. It's not a perfect science. It doesn't always stand up in a court of law, but they can sort of use it on the back end of investigations, which I'm told they are using in the Nancy Guthrie case to clear people who they think may.
We talked about at the beginning of this, Christine. Word is that they've already informed Border Patrol. They've informed authorities in Mexico on the other side of the border to be looking out for these people because they believe that they're over in Mexico at this point. As I said a few days ago, I believe that's where they went, where they took her, and that was brought out early this morning, I think it was. So, yeah, I think they're already in that sector of this point of the case now at this point.
Do you think Range Rover has what's it called mapping? No mapping, like see where they were driving around, like
yeah. Well, see, here's the thing.
So dumb. I can't think of the word right now.
Something about the Zach guy. I think it was Zach Dahoub.
Yeah,
he's known for smuggling people over the border.
Huh.
That's what he does. Kim was saying that. That's one of the things he does, and he knows ways to do these things without being seen or caught. Captain Jenks, good to see you, buddy. So yeah, 100%.
Damn.
They have been involved that they just want to make sure, had nothing to do with it. So that is new. In addition to what we also learned today, that the FBI is now communicating with authorities in Mexico, which again is very close. I mean, only 50, 60 miles from where I'm standing outside Nancy's house. There's now a joint line of communication between the FBI and Mexican authorities involving the Nancy Guthrie case.
Were any family members, do you know? Because I know they've been.
Yeah, he is in CODIS because he's got multiple convictions. The problem is, I don't think they have any of his DNA. The DNA that was in the house does not belong to him, in my opinion. I don't think they have, because you saw how covered he was. Okay? I don't think they have any of his DNA, which is why he didn't pop in CODIS. He's definitely in there because he's got multiple arrests, guys. He's got a very bad record in the background. So yeah, that's a good point, Corruption. But no, he's not the one that the DNA belongs to within that house. There's somebody else, whether it's Kayla's or anybody for that matter. I don't know who was in that house, but that person is not one of those people that they have, because they all have bad criminal records, from what we found when we looked into it.
And cleared polygraph in all of this? I was just thinking that while you reported it.
So I don't have specifics on who, but I think broadly, yes. I mean, I think they are using that tool to clear people, and we know that the sheriff has said that the family has been cleared. So I think that we would be fair to say that, based on putting those two things together, that likely yes.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
And that's where that point could come into play too. Like, she may not be directly involved, but things she said or did or talked about or something could have been used to do this situation. She may have nothing to do with this other than who she is, talking to other people. You know what I mean? So this, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, and I didn't share this earlier on completely, but
I've been leaving Brian in comments every day. very nice ones, very novel comments, but telling him that I'm starting to respect him again. But I just was very highly disappointed.
He irritates me. He's done great with this. Yes, I agree with you. You have to give credit where credit's due, no matter how bad it hurts.
Yeah, he's been doing good. I mean, I see that his heart's in the right place. He gets the good information, but I was I'm highly disappointed in your Idaho 4 information, pointed out all the wrong things. But that's just how it's just me. Sorry. Can't hold it back. But I respect you though. I can see that you actually are an investigator journalist, but you kindly reported wrong.
I don't know if you guys knew, but the crypto, the Bitcoin thing, I guess the type of cryptocurrency has changed now, I guess. So they're going to explain that here real quick.
Lotta Baudier for more now on that newest ransom note that just came in today. Charles, what time did this email come in? And this one seems different from the ones you've received before.
Yeah, this one is different for a couple of reasons, which we'll get into. But it came in early this morning. I think it was about 1 a.m. On the West Coast, and it is different in that the crypto account that is attached is not the same as the one from the original alleged ransom note that we got on Tuesday after Nancy's abduction. So can't tell if it's the same person behind this or if this is an all new person or if it's just a hoax, but the demand is slightly different. The money is about the same. It's still roughly $6 million, but not in Bitcoin, in a different cryptocurrency. And then it is this very elaborate a demand that involves the media, directly involves the media. And in fact, it sort of puts the media reporting on this case as a trigger into their payment. It is a very bizarre and complex caper that they've sort of created here. And, of course, we've shared this with the FBI. I don't know. When I looked at it, I thought this is too detailed. And there were a lot of things, I'll be honest, I had to look up to learn about cryptocurrency to even understand what it was they were requesting. But we passed it on to the FBI, and I don't know if they will look at it and think the detail means that it's real, or if the detail means that it's just something that someone's cooked up in their brain. But it is
right, and we should remind our audience and everybody out there that if you're doing this, sending a note like this, and it's not real, it's still a very serious crime, which the FBI has said it will prosecute very aggressively, as well as the sheriff's department. What do you mean by this elaborate demand around media reporting? I'm not sure I understand that.
It basically, it's without revealing too much. And again, we're walking this fine line where, of course, we are reporting this, but we also don't want to do anything that would impede or harm the investigation. But they're paying attention. It's very clear that they are paying attention to the media. And I don't mean just TMZ, but all of the media reporting on this, and that they have now tied that reporting into this demand, or how things would be triggered if things went the way they wanted them to. And I don't know that there's any reason why the FBI would say, okay, we're going to play ball with you, other than if they really feel like this person has some information. So
And just very quickly, Charles.
I know, Lucy. It makes me like I really want to punch like Harvey in the face.
Here's
Really.
my problem with this. Harvey said, was it yesterday or the day before, that they're done reporting on this, that anything else they send them, they're not going to be stating anything on. And here we are once again with letter number 5, email number 5. I'm starting to think that they are part of the investigation, Lucy. And again, like she said, why are they still reporting on this? 100%. 100%, guys.
Because he loves attention. He loves attention, Harvey. Loves it.
Probably
Puts himself everywhere.
Could be. I wouldn't doubt it this way.
I was like, I wonder who's sending him the letters. I said, I wonder if Harvey had sent it to himself.
Yeah, somebody else said that earlier.
Because he's like so proud to be like,
they have her, and that's been the holding point here for the family, for the FBI. That's something they wanted. This person, if it is the same person, still not giving in. If it's a new person,
We shall
still
see.
not offering that. Yeah.
And we should note that Harvey Levin, your co-executive producer, said today, this is it. We're not going to be broadcasting any more of these emails that we get.
What we were talking about there, just Elizabeth, real quick, I know we got to go, but the demand notes that we were getting, that person, and that's not this is a different person altogether. It's a different address. So it's not that
You're
person.
talking about the 50,000 Bitcoin demands.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So this is not the same person, folks. This is not the person that said, if you send me 1 Bitcoin, I will tell you who the kidnapper is. This is what I'm guessing to be the actual kidnappers going to them now. This is stupid. This is becoming ridiculous.
It's stupid. I agree. Totally agree.
Stupid.
Like, the people, if it's a joke, they need to literally, they should they're stupid. People that, even if it's I don't know, why would you even, I don't know. You're already in trouble. If it's not you, if it's somebody that's random people doing this, they're going to go to jail. It's a crime. It's so stupid.
This is beyond ridiculous at this point. Beyond.
It's a distraction. It's like, oh, holding up the family. It's not holding up anything, guys. Like TMZ, you think you're so fucking special. Not holding up shit. Sorry.
It's a fact. What's up, Scully Skull? Good to see you, brother.
All right, Charles, thank you so much.
All right.
For
I know it's a
joining
lot.
us. I know it is a lot. Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Exactly, Lucy. Exactly. That's why you don't have participation trophies either.
Next thing you know, there's going to be, this is just insane, guys. I have no clue. Nancy Guthrie detective reveals new theory. What? Hold on. What is this? Okay, this is Nancy Guthrie detective. Damn it. All right, I'll scrub through this real quick and then we'll get out of here. 1 minute.
Sheriff thinks that whoever went into Nancy Guthrie's house knew what they were after. He thinks this was targeted. Law enforcement is digging deep as the search for the 84-year-old stretches into yet another day. The sheriff admits the suspect or suspects, they've made it hard on the hundreds of investigators working this case. But I will tell you what they may have up their sleeve that the bad guys might not be prepared for. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Genetic genealogy, that's a phrase you were hearing.
Fine. We're not going to ask you any more questions. There's no tears coming out of your face.
I'm very dry right now.
You're dry?
I'm very dry. I'm parched. I'm dehydrated. You can probably see my eyes are bloodshot red because I'm just tired and drained. I don't know what's going on. You want me to drink water so I can tear? Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
I don't want you to tear. I just don't want
What are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to say that this seems a little put on.
Are you kidding me? Are you Can
What is
you-
this? No.
Oh my God.
Now, that is the interrogation from a case out of Maryland, unrelated to Nancy Guthrie, but it was a murder case that was solved using technology that investigators may now be turning to in the search for Nancy Guthrie. And we will break down that case, how it all went down in just a moment. As far as Nancy Guthrie and what we know today, that long-awaited DNA test result came back, and it does not seem to be the smoking gun that so many people had hoped for. You had gloves that were found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home on the side of the road. Those did not match anyone in CODIS, the FBI's national database. DNA found inside of Nancy Guthrie's home. We don't know on what or what the DNA is, but that sample did not hit on CODIS either. We know that DNA from the house, it doesn't belong to Nancy. It also doesn't belong to members of her family. The CODIS database, it's important to note, only has the profiles of people who have been convicted of crimes or arrested. So we are talking about a pretty small part of the population. The sheriff now says investigators will turn to this new type of technology called genetic genealogy, and it could be huge in this case. Before we dive into that, let's talk about something very interesting that the sheriff of Pima County said in his most recent round of one-on-one interviews with media outlets. Sheriff Chris Nanos says that he believes that the person who you see on Guthrie's front steps in the surveillance video had a target in mind. He also said that this individual, they have made it tough for his investigators, but he says that they are not going to give up. Now, the sheriff went on to say that they're now looking into whether clothing items, including that mask you see the suspect wearing, was purchased at Walmart. Now, the jacket, that appears to be a Walmart item, though it is not exclusively sold there. But I think the mask could be really huge in this case, because you just think of the climate in Tucson. How many people are buying masks like the one we see in the surveillance video?
I don't think they're going to find this stuff because I think he had these things. Okay. I think these things were purchased a long time ago. He just dug them out and decided to use them for this. That's my
You know
opinion.
what the weather was that night? Like, is it hot? Isn't it hot there?
It's always hot in Arizona.
why
I
is
don't
it
know what it
really
was that night, but I
Look
think
at him, like he's all bundled up.
I think in the wintertime, the nights are colder than they are
Oh,
normally, but during the day it's hot. So
yeah, I
I
guess
don't
like
know what
he
the
looked
weather
very
was that night.
overdressed for like Arizona desert. You know, he'd be very noticeable.
Well, I
Yeah.
think he dressed like this to hide every bit of his skin and so that he didn't get any DNA transferred. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, like just like walking up to the house or like just kind of like
Thank you,
doing
SRB.
around. I don't know, just driving
Yeah.
a car. I don't know, just
But I think that's partly one of my points I wanted to point out is I think the mask, the coat, maybe even the back of the book bag was stuff that was already had. So I think them looking at Walmart for recent purchases is going to be some like just a waste of time. Now I could be wrong. And it's okay, but I just think these things were all things that were already pre-purchased long ago, and they just dug all this stuff out to use for this specific situation. So that's just my opinion, of course. Yeah, deserts are cold at night compared to the day. Absolutely, she's right.
I've
That's
never
not
ever been to
right.
well, either been that side of the country.
Yeah, this certain times of year, in the wintertime, it definitely cools off. During the day, it stays pretty hot though. So,
Yeah. Now, we know that law enforcement have been working with Walmart to try to figure out who might have purchased items that the suspect is wearing. And that backpack is also a big clue because it is only sold at Walmart, no other store. The clothes, they may also be Walmart buys. Now, the sheriff told the media that the time frame on the backpack purchase, and he said this in kind of a conversational way, it could be 20 days ago, it could be 60 days ago as they look back through Walmart's records. Now, the sheriff added in an interview with NBC News that the suspect may also be wearing a ring in the video on the front steps of the house. And then you have that gun holster on his waist. That is somewhat unique. It appears to be a cheap one that you can get at Walmart as well as other stores.
I thought it looked
Speaking
like
of other stores, the
gun.
FBI has been going to gun stores in the Tucson area, reportedly with a list of dozens of people and pictures asking if they had been to the stores in the last year. This is according to Fox News, which interviewed a gun store owner who said that agents asked if any of those people on the list look like the person you see in the surveillance video. And again, the time frame is the last year. That person told Fox News, the owner of the gun store, that many of the people had facial hair similar to what we can see in that surveillance video. Now, it is unclear who's on the list, why they're on the list. And also, what's behind that last year time frame that seems like a pretty wide net as investigators continue to try to solve this case. So I now want to talk about genetic genealogy testing. That is a major part of the conversation today in the Nancy Guthrie case. You have this DNA from Nancy Guthrie's home. We don't know whose DNA it is. We don't know if it is DNA connected to the person that you see on her front porch, but we do know it didn't have a match in CODIS, that FBI database that only contains the DNA profiles of people who have been convicted of crimes or arrested. So it is a very small part of the population. Now, the sheriff says that law enforcement will turn to other techniques, including genetic genealogy testing, which is relatively new technology. And it's not as straightforward or quick as it may sound, but there are a lot of cases where it has been a major success. In fact, we talked about a case on this show.
I'll be honest with you guys. I have thoughts that gun might even be a BB gun. No lie. Because Nancy wouldn't know a difference, especially at night in the dark. She's not going to know. So I feel like it very well could have been a BB gun because it kind of looks like one that I saw before.
There's no reason to bring a real gun. You're not going to use it. Why even bother? Like
right.
You're like risking, I don't know. It's not. I mean, it's still the same charge, but I mean, like, I guess there's no point. Like, what if you accidentally use it? I don't know. It's stupid to bring a real gun.
I agree.
Because I don't think he plans on killing her. Obviously, I think.
Yeah.
Back where it went. We know that it disconnected from her iPhone in the early hours of the morning on February 1st, and that is the last time on the time frame that she has some sort of contact, according to law enforcement. Law enforcement is also using what is conversationally known as a signal sniffer. It's technology that can be mounted to a drone or a helicopter, and it can try to pick up signals on the ground. Maybe it's a cell phone, maybe it's a pacemaker. So the tech is mounted on a drone or a helicopter and at the fly very low and very slow over a targeted area. We have been told that it's not something you can use to scan an entire city. And this is relatively new technology. Law enforcement is continuing to also show up at Nancy Guthrie's home. It is unclear what they're looking for at this point. The sheriff says that we also should expect to see more operations like the one that we saw last weekend when a SWAT team raided a home and had a dramatic traffic stop within miles of Nancy Guthrie's home. They detained at least one person. That person has been released. No arrests have been made at this point. And it's also unclear what evidence they may have taken in a federally approved search warrant from that house. So the sheriff says they continue to analyze what was taken from the home. The sheriff also says that investigators continue to track down thousands of leads, and he would not characterize the case of Nancy Guthrie as cold. He wants the public to continue to submit those tips of anything they think could help in this case. The FBI is offering that $100,000 reward for information into finding Nancy Guthrie or the person or people who took her. Joining us now to talk more about this case is retired FBI special agent and former prosecutor Lance Lysing. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to be with us. Genetic genealogy is
What the hell is in that dude's eyebrows?
It looks fake. It looks like he's wearing
It looks like he's got bugs or something. That's weird.
Is one of the big headlines of the day that's what law enforcement may be turning to after the gloves and also the sample that they have, whatever it is, from inside of Nancy Guthrie's home did not match in CODIS. How confident are you that genetic genealogy can be something that potentially could break this case?
So I'm very confident in forensic genetic genealogy. I used it multiple times in cases. So I used to run the Violent Crimes Task Force here in Arizona. We solved multiple, normally serial homicides, serial rapist cases with forensic genetic genealogy. So what that is, all right, you have an unknown DNA at a crime scene. It's usually something very connected to the crime scene. So these gloves that they're finding miles away from the house, you can still use forensic genetic genealogy to try to identify whose DNA that is, but it's not tied directly to the house. Usually it's something directly at the scene when the suspect leaves DNA at the scene. And that's why in sexual assault cases, you see it used pretty often. So you take that unknown DNA, you run it through CODIS, hoping you get a hit. CODIS found only 4 to 6% of the population is in CODIS, so that's not very likely, although sometimes you do get a hit. That's the easiest way. But when you don't, then you take that DNA and you submit it to private sector companies.
All right, we know all this, guys. We've been over this 4 times today, so I'm going to scan forward, scrub forward on this. I don't think there's much of anything else.
The Bluetooth skip, that thing's really, that's cool. That's a good, I mean, I wish they would have did that.
Blue fin scanner thing, yeah, that's
awesome.
wild.
Yeah, it's a good.
I was hoping that they would be able to find her, but see, this is why I think they couldn't, because I don't think she's anywhere around there at this point.
What, like, I mean, what's the harm in flying other places and checking?
Right.
You know, what's the harm?
That's another reason why I thought very possibly that she was over the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else in here that we haven't seen already. This is just another combo Court TV did. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So I think that's going to do it for that, guys, for today. I'm still following this nonstop, everything I get on this.
Isn't it nice to have something else, take our minds off of Idaho for a while?
It kind of was. Yeah, definitely a little bit.
Even though they can't help mention it every 5 freaking minutes.
They, even in this case, they keep talking about it. Yeah, you're right.
Like Brian, it's like, come on, man. Don't make me leave.
I mean, and they're going to. Idaho is going to be used, in my opinion, for anything of any sort. Every case, any case we can think of, they're going to use it. Because it was such a high profile case. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to hear that all the time. And like Lucy said earlier, I'm the same as her. Every time I hear them use his name, I want to cringe. You know what I mean?
I know.
It's absolutely insane.
But I mean, I'm leaving comments left and right. Then I start deleting them. I'm like, oh shit. So I'm like, I point out the misinformation every time I hear it. I'm like, come on. Like,
I know.
Like, and then I wake up and I regret it because I'm like kind of mean and like nasty.
And they're even using the misinformation to in this case, they're still being misinformative. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm like, no, Brian, you're wrong. And then I'm like, just letting you know, like,
that's what's insane to me. It truly, honestly is. Oh Lord. All right. So I'm gonna Molly put this together, you guys. First off, I said something earlier about this because this is exactly how I feel. Okay. And this is what this needs to be. I have no clue. And I feel that this is how it's been. The sheriff in this case, as you hear me call him Sheriff Ding Dong, there's a reason for that. This is what the moral to his story, in my opinion, is. I have no clue. I have no clue. I have no clue. I have no clue. The man does not seem to know what he's doing, truly, and it's sad. Speaking of kitties. So we will see. I'm really disappointed in this sheriff. Like, like I said, I think his brother or something passed away the day after. And take a break then, boss. Step away from this. Like, go grieve, deal with your personal, and let somebody else handle something like this. That way you don't have to worry about, these things. It's just
his brother.
He goes, yeah, like the day after, I think. So step away.
Right.
Take a break. It's okay to do that. It's okay to let the FBI handle this, which they should have been on the beginning. They should have been the lead on this from the very beginning of this, in my opinion, but he won't let it because he's got too much of an ego. It's crazy.
Was it Ann Taylor that lost her mom or something? Was it Ann?
Hearing one of the later hearings. Yeah.
You say you see her deflated. She just deflated after that. Like, just
you could see it. Yeah, you could tell. And he wasn't helping her by any means whatsoever by the way he was acting. So thank you for that, Molly. But that's a fact. The man has no idea. The way he's acting, the things he's doing. And if he does, then shame on him for being the way he is. You know what I mean?
I think I don't know. I think he's completely unprepared, which is for his law enforcement background. He should have,
Well, here's the thing. If something, God forbid, if something bad did happen to Nancy, which unfortunately in my gut, I feel like it could have. If that's the case, and it could have been avoided, they're going to come back on this man in this county like you wouldn't believe. The family should, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just saying. Oh, one more time. We know how many 16, 17, 19, 35, 64, 85 gloves. All black nitrile gloves found all over this place, guys.
Who the
I've
hell's
never
littering?
seen so much bullshit with these gloves.
I just want to know who's littering. I want everybody to get a ticket. Every single litter bug gets a ticket.
Well, they were saying that some of these, a lot of these, they believe belong to like searchers and law enforcement.
Still,
So,
don't
like,
litter. Why are they littering?
no, I
They
agree
should
with
know
you.
better. You know,
It never happened. I agree with that.
it's
So,
like ridiculous, especially if you're on a search. You're going to throw trash on a search apparently, where people are going to be searching for somebody, like or whatever.
Yep.
Because look
I
what happened.
agree.
Now you wasted a bunch of time. It's these freaking gloves or whatever they're sending them to. It's like
That's a lot of wasted time. A whole lot. Or somebody's out here being an ass, throwing them all over the place on purpose. You know what I mean?
that lady. They fell out of her pocket. And she never picked them up, and I don't know, flew over there. I don't know.
So Molly put this song together again. Another one about the gloves. So a little bit of this case is horrible to me. It's horrifying because it happened this way, and something to make it a little less harsh to be dealing with at the end of this, of being a little bit lighthearted, and to be able to walk it away with a little smile, hoping that something good comes out of this at some point. Maybe that they do. My hopes and prayers are that they do find Nancy alive and well. Which I can't even saying that out loud is hard to say because I don't believe that at this point, unfortunately. So,
yeah,
thank you, Molly, for doing this. My amazing videographer. She's constantly doing these things, guys, and she's so talented. So I appreciate that. After this, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take off. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you, Krista, for jumping up here. Miss Kim, unique, absolutely awesome to have you. Thank you all in the chat, and guys, I'll be heading over to Devil's Advocates tonight to jump on panel over there. With 1-1 Robin, JJ, and Miss Logan from Bronx Tales as we break down more of these cases that we cover. It'll be super awesome over there, and it would be super awesome to see you guys over there. And it's always a great time, great combos, great people, great stuff, folks.
I've been watching. I just was like, I watch it on the TV, so I can't chat really. But like, I've been watching you guys, and
Yeah,
I'm really proud of you. It's really good. It's a good live every night. It's like a good information and like thought provoking thing. You know what I mean? That's really good. I always get a lot out of it.
I do. We appreciate that. And I appreciate seeing you guys over there supporting us. So again, folks in here, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are beautiful people. If I don't see you over at DA's, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all so very much again. Anybody that chose to donate and in any way, shape, or fashion to support our channel, God bless. Never expected. Never, ever needed, but we do appreciate it so very much, and it does keep the channel going. So God bless, guys. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah. 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 Blue lights flash on an empty street corner. Chalk line, crooked tape flutter in the warmer. Radio crackle boots hit the pavement. Another long night shift, overtime payment. But hold up, what's that by the yellow tape? Black rubber glove, just escape. One on the sidewalk, one in the train, one hanging off a trash can chain. Somebody bag it, tag it, log it in, but who keeps track of the gloves we in? Evidence tight, yeah, we doing our job, but we leaving fingerprints on the curb like slobs. Snap them on, peel them off, toss them to the breeze, floating down the alley like plastic leaves. We solve the case, but we can't explain why the gloves multiply in the rain. Black rubber gloves. Everywhere we go, at the crime scene show, put them on, here we go. Snap, snap, toss, toss, there they fly like little dark birds in the midnight sky. Black rubber gloves scattered on the ground. If you follow the trail, you can track us down. Sirens fade, but it never improves. We fighting crime, but we lose in the gloves. Yeah, yeah, detective says secure the scene, but he's shedding them gloves like a motor machine. Yeah, one by the cruiser, one by the door, one doing time on the station floor. Yeah, forensics tight with the tweezers and kids, but somebody's glove in the flower bed sits. Captain yelling, keep it clean, while a pair drifts by like a guilty dream. Yeah, copy that, roger this. Another glove on the evidence list. We dust for prints, we chase the lead, but the glove stampede with the mind agreed, with the mind agreed. Yeah. Snap them on, peel them back, drop them in the night. Street light shining on latex bright. Case closed tight with the victory pose. Standing ankle deep in abandoned gloves. Black rubber gloves. Everywhere we go at the crime scene show. Put them on, here we go. Snap, snap, toss, toss. There they fly like little dark birds in the midnight sky. Black rubber gloves scattered on the ground. If you follow the trail, you can track us down. Sirens fade, but it never improves. We fighting crime, but we losing the glove. Gangsta strut with the badge on shine. Chain of command, but the gloves decline. Eco squad crying, what's the plan? We shrug real slow like it's out of our hands. From the block to the dock to the rooftop view, there's a breadcrumb trail in latex hue. If littering was a felony move, we'd cuff ourselves with them rubber gloves too. Black rubber gloves. Everywhere we go at the crime scene show. Put them on, here we go. Snap, snap, toss, toss. There they fly like little dark birds in the midnight sky. Black rubber gloves scattered on the ground. If you follow the trail, you can track us down. Sirens fade, but it never improves. We fighting crime, but we lose in the blue lights dim and the night wind blows. Another soft case, that's how it goes. But morning sun gonna rise and prove there's a fresh new pile of black rubber gloves to remove. Yeah, somebody bring a box of trash bags too. Yeah, yeah.
Good night, everybody. See you soon.